Calling the meeting to order at 6 p.m. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest before we get started? Seeing none, we are going to move into a presentation from the Ingersoll Building Department, and I'm just going to pass it off to staff to introduce that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council. Excuse me. This is the public information session for our 2023 comprehensive fee review. Hopefully our presentation tonight will help with any questions that you may have concerning the review. Permit fees in general are not the easiest to understand how we arrive at them, but hopefully I can supply you some insight on the process of getting to where we are tonight. First of all, we have to start with the provincial mandate. The provincial mandate states that building departments must be self-sufficient, and further, that a full cost recovery user pay system of permit fees be established. The intent of this is to keep costs associated with running departments off the general tax base. Excuse me. The province puts the responsibility on the chief building official to establish a fee schedule based on past and projected performance, capable of covering the annual operating expenses of the department, plus an allowance to build a healthy cost stabilization reserve fund. As part of my general review of operating procedures after joining the town in October of 2021, I determined that a permit fee update was required. This is based on a number of factors, but I can highlight some of the main points. Number one, staffing requirements needed to be updated in our budget. Number two, there had not been a fee review or an update since 2018. Further to that, 2021 was a difficult year for the department from a staffing shortage perspective. At the same time, being short-staffed allowed the department to see a savings in salaries and benefits of approximately $165,000. This savings, combined with a higher-than-average permit issuance for the 2021 year, allowed the department to avoid what would have been an operating budget loss for the year. 2022, again, a difficult year. We saw a substantial decline in permits issued for the year. This was largely felt in the residential sector. So up until December 22nd of 2022, the department was showing a net loss for the year of approximately $204,490. That was taken from the operating budget of $477,863, minus fees collected up until December 22nd of $273,373. So a substantial loss was shaping up for the year. A last-minute permit issuance of a large industrial permit, which I'm sure you all know who, in the amount of $271,636 was issued on December 22nd. And because of that last-minute influx of that industrial permit, we pulled the department out of the negative and actually gave us a surplus for the year, which was added to our reserve account. However, that being said, we cannot lose sight of the fact that it would have been a losing year if not for that last-minute fee. In general, fees should be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure changes within the department and cost of living expenses are factored into the fee schedule. There has been no adjustment made to the fee schedule since 2018. That's approximately 5 years. At the very least, it's always recommended fees increase yearly by the amount of the Consumer Price Index. Costs associated with running the department have increased, but no adjustments were made to the fee schedule to recover the cost. Fortunately, the province does not mandate the amount of the fee to be charged for each classification of permit. That's left up to the chief building official. So what this does is it allows the municipalities to use a sliding scale when setting fees. This allows higher paying fee classes to be used to subsidize lower paying fee classes. Some examples of this system in action would be full cost recovery fee for standard residential garages, carports, sheds, decks would be $940.72 if we were charging full fee. The subsidized recommended fee for 2023 is $187, substantially less. So the full cost recovery for new home construction up to 2,000 square feet would be $37.35, 46, $3,735.46. Again, due to the subsidized approach, the recommended fee for 2023 is $2,415, which again is substantially less than full cost recovery for that particular classification of permit. These subsidized fees are largely available due to the higher than average anticipated permit issuance in the industrial sector, which are being forecasted up to and including the year 2025. To put the recommended fee increase into perspective, while the initial amount of fee increase of 15% for residential permits, incidentally, the consumer price index for 2018 to now would be higher than the 15% we're asking for here that we neglected to get in previous years. And the 5% increase to industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors may at first seem high, but when you factor in that there has not been a fee adjustment since 2018, we're now having to play catch-up. I can provide some more direct examples of the real-time increases. So residential alterations, interior alterations, pools, decks, sheds, garages, carports. The current fee established in 2018 is $163. The subsidized model proposed fee for 2023 is $187. This represents a modest increase of $24 to the average residential permit holder. A new construction permit for a new home up to 2,000 square feet, the current fee established in 2018 is $2,100. The subsidized proposed fee for 2023 is $2,415. And again, this represents a modest fee increase of $315, proportionate to overall costing of homes that are selling for $700,000 plus. The hope of this recommended fee schedule is to take us into the next review period of 2026, but be assured the budgets and fees will be reviewed on an annual basis between now and 2026 to ensure we stay on track. I'm confident the proposed fee schedule adjustment is both reasonable and correct. And with that, I'd like to pass you over to our fee consultant, Mr. Glenn Tunick of Tunick Consulting Limited, who will introduce himself and take you through a presentation on the fee review process. Glenn.
Thank you very much. Can members of council hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much to council for awarding me the contract to conduct this particular study. Thank you also to Mr. Donnelly and staff. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank him and his staff for the diligent effort and time spent in providing me with the information that I required in order to conduct this particular study. And Mr. Donnelly has provided you with somewhat of a summary of some of the key findings and recommendations, which I will get into in further detail. By way of background, I'm a land use planner by profession. I prepared some 40 to 50 official plans for municipalities all across Ontario. And I've also conducted a similar number of these fee studies, these building permit fee review studies, based on a financial model that I developed for that purpose. I was once upon a time working for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And with that ministry, I was responsible for the development of the education program for municipal building officials all across Ontario, what I call the professionalization of the building officials, which occurred in the mid to late 80s. I was also a building official, a chief building official myself for a couple of different municipalities in my time. So I'd like to move forward with the presentation. It's a somewhat high-level presentation. I would point out to council that there are a lot of facts and figures. There's approximately 1,000 calculations that are required as part of this type of study. Next slide, please. Or have you got the slide presentation up there?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, perhaps you can move to the next slide then, please. So the mandate that I had that was given to me by council and which I recommended was to review the building permit fee schedule back, and that's the 2018 schedule. I actually did prepare the building permit fee review study back in 2018 for Ingersoll. I also looked at the permit volumes between 2017 and 2021 for the purposes of establishing trends in building permit activity in the municipality. And then the primary obligation was to update the fees to reflect the current costs using the 2022 budget. And the current costs meaning costs that can be recovered through the building permit fee regime charged by the municipality. And then ultimately to recommend options for a new fee schedule, including a full cost recovery. And as Mr. Donnelly had pointed out, that's the mandate that's given to municipalities and enables you to charge fees that will recover the costs so that the taxpayer at large is not subsidizing private sector development. This particular slide indicates the legislative framework for the fee structure. 7.2 of the building code prescribes that municipalities can levy fees, but they are not to exceed the anticipated reasonable costs to administer and enforce the act. And I underline the word reasonable because it's left to the discretion of the municipality to decide what is reasonable in the circumstances. And one of the reasons for that wording of the legislation was to overcome what had happened in the past historically, where municipalities use the fee structure to develop a slush fund to support other municipal services other than the building departments or building inspection services. And the ministry felt that was inappropriate. So the legislation was changed to try and tailor the costs, tailor the fees levied to the costs, the actual costs of providing the service. And then as Mr. Donnelly has also pointed out, there is a requirement for a public meeting such as we are having this evening in order to indicate to the public what the proposed fee schedule would be, whether it's a change in existing fees or the proposed new fees that might be charged. Next slide, please. So the general intent of the legislation, as can be alluded to, is to ensure accountability. In other words, the public would know how the municipality conducted a fee review study to determine the costs of the fees that should be levied, and also to provide a full cost recovery approach designed to offset the operational costs to the municipality of providing this valuable service to the public. Next slide. So the methodology that I used, as I've used for many other municipalities, was to review the building permit activity over the period 2017 to 2021 in order to determine the trends in building permit activity, to review the building inspection process itself, to conduct a time allocation assessment for building division and staff from the other departments. In other words, to determine how much time was spent to carry out the functions necessary to issue building permits. And then to calculate the indirect and direct costs, and I'll get into a description of that later, for affected departments that provide services to the building department and the department itself in providing the service to the public. Also to calculate the building permit fees designed to recover full costs, and as Mr. Donnelly had pointed out, to look at a 15% COLA adjustment since the 2018 permits, which is what we're recommending to council. And to finally calculate adjustments that were necessary to continue to add to the cost stabilization reserve fund, which is in around $600,000. And that reserve fund is intended to provide funding for the building department should the volume of building permits and the associated fee revenues be less than the operational costs. And again, that avoids the necessity for council to, through its municipal tax base, levy higher costs or higher fees, to recover the operational costs. Next slide, please. So I did look at the building permit process in Ingersoll, and it's very, very similar to most municipalities across Ontario. It consists essentially of 4 phases. The application phase, where applications are submitted to the municipality. The application review, what we often call a plan review. So that's looking at the details of plans that are submitted, plans and drawings that are submitted to ensure compliance with the Building Code Act, the actual issuance of the permit, and finally, really what's the most important part of the process are inspections. Inspections are vital to determine compliance with the Building Code Act and to ensure safe construction for buildings right across the municipality. I think council is probably aware of what's gone on in Turkey and in Syria recently with buildings that were not constructed to withstand earthquake conditions through codes that may have been in existence or may not, and to avoid those kinds of circumstances in other areas. Next slide, please. So the design of the fee structure is based on the calculation of the indirect costs, and added to that the direct costs for administration and enforcement to give you the total costs for the administration of the building permit process, and then from that to calculate fees for each of the classifications of permits. Next slide. Now to talk about what indirect costs are. Indirect costs are the costs associated with the departments in the municipality that provide support services to the building department. And in other words, the building department cannot operate without these other departments, and consequently the costs of providing those support services are an eligible component of the building permit fee. And essentially it's the cost of doing business, as the term is what I've used. In other words, what is the cost of salaries, of benefits, and of overhead that is required to provide support services to the building department. Next slide. So the departments that or functions that provide support to the building department are shown on this particular slide, including council, which is responsible for passing bylaws associated with the building department operation, the building bylaw itself, the CAO and clerk that provide a management function, IT, which provides technical support for computers and other systems, finance, which provides budgetary assistance, procurement of supplies needed by the departments, and the administration, of course, of the budget. The fire department, which provides technical support on fire-related code requirements. HR, which provides personnel matters, administration of personnel matters. Engineering, again, providing technical support with respect to grading and installation of urban services and things of that nature. So there are a number of departments that provide support services to the building department. Next slide, please. Now, the typical calculation that was conducted for each of the employees that provide these kinds of support services is shown in this particular slide. So for the finance officer, we looked at the percentage of time spent on building-related duties times the number of hours per year. That's the regular hours, and times the salary, benefits, and overhead. So the calculation for the finance officer was that that person spends 1% of their time on average providing support services. So 1% times 1,820 regular hours, or 32.8 hours times salary and benefits, equates to $1,674.71. And the share of the overhead costs of that particular department was $3,236.31. So as I say, these kinds of calculations were made for each and every employee that provides the support services to the building department. Next slide. So this particular slide shows a summary of the support service costs provided by the various departments or individuals, as the case may be. And they add up to a total of $67,893.76. And that includes utilities, because obviously water and heat and so forth and electricity are required. So the total indirect costs are, as I say, $67,000 and change, close to $68,000. Next slide. Now the direct costs are the direct costs of the operation of the building department itself. So we're talking about the salaries of your building officials, and we're talking about the overhead costs for supplies and training and a variety of other typical costs of a department's operation. And so the direct costs that were calculated in your situation for salaries and benefits were $349,120. And the overhead costs were $60,850 for a total of $409,970. And that particular figure includes a 10% discount. And you may say, well, why is there a discount? Well, the department doesn't spend 100% of its time processing building permits. There are other functions that are carried on by the department, so there has to be somewhat of a deduction to reflect the reality of the operation, and as I indicated earlier, to reflect the reasonable anticipated costs of the operation. Next slide. So the total eligible recoverable costs for full cost recovery include the indirect costs, as I said, of $67,894 rounded, and total direct costs of $409,970 for a total of $477,894. So that $477,894 is what you as a municipality are eligible to charge back through building permit fees in order to recover all of the associated costs with providing that valuable service to the public. Next slide. So what we did was to take that figure of 477,000 and then do calculations for each of the permit classifications, including the occupancy groups A, B, C, D, E, and F, and also other types of permits for change of use, for demolitions, for solid fuel appliances, farm buildings, and things of that nature. And that was those calculations were based on an evaluation and calculation of the time allocation required to administer all of those 4 phases of the building permit process, including inspections, and to multiply that by the hourly rate for salaries and benefits and overhead for each of the direct and indirect cost components to come up with a per unit cost for each of the proposed types of fees. So the next slide gives you a bit of an example of the calculation for a single detached dwelling. And again, being somewhat of a high-level presentation tonight, I'm not going to get into detail of all the various types of permit fees, but this gives you an example of the time allocation calculation for a single detached dwelling or a low-density residential development. So for plan review, the average expenditure of time is 7 hours to, as I say, review the plans that are submitted to the municipality. Inspections, again, the most important component of the building permit process, takes on average 10 hours for each single detached dwelling. The administration component, which is essentially file management and scheduling of inspections, things of that nature, takes 2 hours. And enforcement is also 2 hours. Enforcement meaning ensuring compliance with the requirements of the code. In some cases, that means issuing an order to comply or an order to obtain a building permit, something of that sort. So the number of hours has been determined and the associated costs. So that's the salary and benefits costs. So for 7 hours of work, the cost is $380.80. So the 22 hours of time spent on average, for a single detached dwelling of 2,000 square feet is $1,129.69. And added to that is the overhead cost of the building department plus the support costs from the other departments. And that results in the calculation. Next slide. So that's the base calculation for a building permit, and then there were a number of adjustments, which I'll talk about on the next slide. Now, I apologize for the font size and the amount of information on this particular slide. But what I wanted to point out to council is really just the calculation for single detached dwellings, which is what we're talking about. So the base fee of $1,657 in column B for a low density, that's a group C permit class. The $1,657.58 is the base amount, and that's the amount that reflects the indirect and the direct costs of processing a building permit for a single detached dwelling through to the final inspection made on the building. The figure that was announced earlier by Mr. Donnelly was the $3,557.58, and that reflects an adjustment, and that adjustment is reflective of a couple of things. First off, what I call a cross subsidy. If you look down column C, you will see a number of permits that are proposed at around $500, and that is not the actual cost of processing those particular permits. It is standard business or typical across Ontario by municipal building departments to charge lesser fees for minor permits in order to encourage the public to obtain those permits. So, for example, if one needs a permit for a deck, the cost to the municipality might be around $800. But if you charge or try to charge $800 to an individual, the chances are they're going to try and avoid obtaining a building permit, and therefore they lose the benefit of the inspection service that's provided by the municipality to ensure a safe construction. So the differential between the actual cost and the suggested building permit fee is picked up by a cross subsidy. In other words, levying the differential to the larger permits, what we call major permits. And in this case, we're talking something in the order of the magnitude in the order of $50,000 to $60,000 that been transferred to the major permits, including single detached dwellings and the industrial or the ICI permits. So the cost adjustment, as you can see, is fairly substantial. And then added to that in column D is the proposed 5% for addition to a levy to add to the cost stabilization reserve fund to ensure that fund has sufficient revenues or sufficient reserves to offset the cost of the department should you require, for example, to purchase new municipal inspection vehicles or add to staff, or you're faced with permit fee revenues that are less than the operational costs. And Mr. Donnelly did talk to that earlier this evening. So the figure that was represents really full cost recovery and includes the 5% for the cost stabilization reserve fund for a single detached dwelling would be $3,735.40. Now that's for an average single detached dwelling of 2,000 square feet or less. In addition to that, we provide, or I have recommended to municipalities to look at adjustments, further adjustments for larger dwellings, because the amount of work and the number of inspections or the time required for inspections may increase. So for buildings over 2,000 square feet in area, there is a surcharge to accommodate the costs, the additional costs to the municipality. And it's, for example, some person might build a monster home of 4,500 square feet, and obviously a lot more time is required to review the plans for that kind of a dwelling and to do the inspections. The key figure here I wanted to point out to council, and which Mr. Donnelly mentioned earlier, was the $3,735.58, which represents the full cost recovery based on the background information that I had, the volume of building permit fees, building permits over the last 5 years. Now, just a couple of other things with respect to this particular table. In columns G and H, the figures are provided, the revenue figures are provided for each of the classifications of permits. And if you run your thumb down to the bottom of that particular column G, you'll see that the revenue generation is in the order of $505,517.74. That's to say, that's with the 5% surcharge. The actual cost recovery, $477,000, is represented in column H. So column H is the column that excludes the 5% surcharge. And just by way of interest to the municipality, or notice to the municipality, as council has the option of not charging the 5% surcharge for the cost stabilization reserve fund. I wouldn't recommend that situation, but you do have that particular option. So moving on to the next slide. So then the revenue generation based on the full cost recovery option, which I just described, would include the eligible recovery costs of $477,894. And the calculations that were done in that table 5 would provide revenue without the cost stabilization reserve fund of $475,207. That's not quite the 477, but with adjustments for oversized buildings, it's pretty much certain that the 477 would be reached. Adding the 5% raises the revenue to 505,517, which would result in adding some $30,000 and change to the reserve fund. That would be for 2023. Next slide, please. Now, as Mr. Donnelly had pointed out, as a result of the full cost recovery model, there would be a substantial increase in building permit fees for a number of the classifications, including the one that is shown here for single detached dwelling. The 2018 fee for a single detached dwelling was $2,100, and the 2022 calculation at $3,735. So that amounts to a fairly substantial increase. But I would point out that council does have the option of moving to that figure if they so choose, because that would be in compliance with the legislation, the Building Code Act. Comment I would make is that the fees may act as a deterrent to obtaining a building permit. Hopefully that's not the case, but that potential does exist where there's a substantial change. And of course, there's always the optics when you propose changes to user fees in a municipality. It's the optics of what the public may think about what you've done and how you've arrived at the particular fees that you're proposing to charge. But as I say, it is quite legitimate to charge the full cost if council feels that way. Next slide, please. So through extensive discussions with Mr. Donnelly and staff, we are suggesting an alternative option for a fee adjustment for 2023. And that is to adjust the 2018 fees by the cost of living for that interval period of 5 years, which would amount to roughly 15% for residential permits, and a lesser increase of 5% for the ICI or the industrial, commercial, institutional sectors. And the results would be to provide for fees that are perhaps considered to be more publicly palatable, if you wish, or the optics are better. And so we've done the calculations, and I'll show you the slide in a minute for that, as well as to provide some projections for annual increases in fees and moving forward to 2024 and 2025. The benefit that, again, Mr. Donnelly mentioned earlier is that there was one major permit that was issued to GM, which has served to offset the lesser or the differential, if you wish, between what the actual costs would be for full cost recovery versus this 15% adjustment that's being suggested. Next slide. Nope. There we go. This is table 6. Okay. Again, I apologize for the amount of information on this particular slide, but I would point out just going across the first row of calculations. What we show in column B is the 2018 fee of $2,100 and 67 cents per square foot for single attached dwellings that exceed 2,000 square feet in area. So that's the fee that I recommended back in 2018. And then column C is the full cost recovery model, which I just described to you in detail. And that would be for $3,735 plus 71 cents per square foot for single detached dwellings in excess of 2,000 square feet. What council should focus in on is column D, which is what we're recommending for you as a way of moving forward immediately, is for a cost of living increase of 15% for the residential sector and the 5% for the industrial sector. So that would result in a building permit fee for a single detached dwelling of $2,415. And obviously that's a substantially lesser differential from 2018 than the full cost recovery. The projected revenue based on column D is given in column E, and that would generate some $602,000, but that's also includes the one-time permit, I guess, to GMs, which offsets the cost lost or the revenue loss from lesser than a full cost recovery model. Then moving forward in column F and column G, adding the 3% annually would provide an adjustment. For example, in 2024, the fees for a single detached dwelling would increase from $2,415 to $2,487, not a substantial difference. And another 3% in 2025 would be $2,562 for a single detached dwelling. Again, council does have options here. We are recommending the column D option, which is the 15% over the 2018 figure. But council does have the option of charging the fees in column C if they so choose. They can't charge in excess of what's in column C, but column C is an option. The intent of the approach here is to provide for a phasing in to try and achieve full cost recovery at some particular point. And that could be done at any point in time based on the this being a public meeting today to advertise these particular costs. By virtue of having this public meeting, council has the option of implementing any of these scenarios over the next while, and that includes a scenario that would increase the fees, perhaps more than 3% for next year, and 3% the following year, as the case may be. But for now, the intent or the recommendation is to consider column D and the fees that are proposed in that particular column. So we can move to the next slide. So this again provides a very brief summary of a couple of the columns in the previous slide, noting again the eligible cost recovery of $477,894. The projected revenue based on the one-time fee from GM would be $602,698. Without that actual fee, the revenue generation would be less than 477. So the benefit here is that you have that extraordinary additional revenue coming in to offset your operational costs. So the addition to the cost stabilization reserve fund that you have would be $124,804 this year. Next slide. So our recommendation to council is that council adopt a building permit fee regime that includes provision for revenues to be directed to the cost stabilization reserve fund. And that would be consistent with the practice of Ingersoll over the last 5 years and even longer. And it's certainly intended to provide for a sustainable revenue generation to offset the operational costs of your building department. We are recommending the council adopt the recommended fee structure set out in column D of table 6, which I explained. And we're also recommending that council provide for an annual adjustment in fees based on a consumer price index. That is a recommendation I've made consistently to municipalities across Ontario for the intent of ensuring that their fees reflect the actual costs of providing the service. And finally, that council update the permit fee regime in the building bylaw with fees to take effect immediately. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make the presentation. I'm certainly open to questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for Mr. Tunnock or staff?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Question for Mr. Donnelly. So your recommendation is Table 6, Row D, which is a cost of living 15% rate increase over the 2018 pricing. Without that one-time fee, as mentioned earlier, that will bring us up over $600,000. What would be the normal income, fee revenue for just what is listed here without the GM one-time large permit?
Through you, Your Worship, I have not done that actual calculation,
Okay.
but I would estimate that to be 470,000 roughly
Okay.
would be the actual revenues. Again, keep in mind column E is projected revenue based on past experience with permits issued. It's a tool that we use to establish fees, and we have to have a starting point to gauge from, but it's not a tool that's etched in stone. Because it's projected, we never know for certain where it's going to go. The hope is that it's going to be reasonably close to that figure, but it certainly could be less, as it was last year, and it could be more, depending on the amount, in this case, of industrial growth that we sustain this year.
Okay. Yeah, I like the phase-in, I like that recommendation, as opposed to hitting the full fee increases. Definitely helps ease the increased pain that developers, builders will see. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to ask that Councillor Halleru move the motion, please.
Can I just intervene in responding to the?
Oh, sorry.
Can I just intervene for a moment to answer the councillor's question? The actual increase, the actual revenue for column D, E, without the extraordinary additional permit fee from the industry would be $317,750, $317,750, which is, as you can see, substantially less than the $477 that's required to operate the department.
All right.
Sorry.
I do notice that column B is.
Councillor. Sorry about that. I didn't ask if there's any members of the public that wanted to speak to any of the information before we proceed. Wonderful. Seeing none. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Halleru.
Yeah, before I read the motion, I just noticed, is this particularly what we currently had that we had been going with, the 2,100 in column B? And so that the column D increase is just that 300? Basically, it's just the increase of the 300 and something. So I definitely prefer column D myself as well. It's not that it's an impact, but it's at least a gradual impact, I guess, for what's fully expected to go at this time. So I'll read the motions. Moved by
May I
myself,
speak
Councillor
to,
Halleru,
May I
seconded
speak to that,
by,
Counselor, first?
yes, please.
Please. So to your point of $2,100, yes, that is the 2018 fee that's being charged currently and has been since 2018. The recommended fee increase takes it to $2,415 for the 2023 year, which is an increase of $315. And again, just to reiterate the difference in the full cost recovery that's based on permit classification, what should be charged for a single residential dwelling is $3,735. But due to the use of the sliding scale that we use to establish fees and the subsidized approach that we use that's used by all municipalities, we take the higher fee classifications and use those to offset the fees on the lower classifications. And some of those lower classifications, they work their way down the chain. So that is also to the benefit of builders and developers who are putting up single-family homes. They're also benefiting from the high fees that are being taken in on industrial and commercial as well. So hopefully that clarifies that a little more for you, Councillor.
Yes, and it's commendable that you guys were able to help with that as an option. Thank you.
We have a question from Mayor Petrie as well before you go ahead. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Through you, Deputy Mayor. My question is, if we're trying to encourage building of multifamily residential or other, can we use this as a tool to do that, of tweaking the fees to say increase on single family houses and decrease on multifamily houses? Is that allowed, or is that outside the scope of such as this project?
Well,
No, you are, if I can respond to the mayor's question,
Yes.
you would be allowed to do that, provided that whatever fees are charged don't exceed the fees designed to fully recover the cost of providing the service. So you could provide differential fees depending on council's interest, whether you feel that encourages development. That's obviously your decision. But as I pointed out earlier, you can charge up to what's the recoverable cost, but nothing more. But what you're asking, Mr. Mayor, is with respect to competitive fees, if I can use that particular term, and you would be allowed to do that.
So I'd also like to add to that if you're talking, high-density residential on a full cost recovery basis, we're looking at fees of $5,311. The actual fee that we're charging is $4,945, and we have been charging $4,300 since 2018. The savings derived from a reduction in that type of fee for high-density residential is, in my opinion, not going to make any difference to a developer, whether or not he's building a home that's worth $700,000, whether he's going to save $1,000 on a permit fee. I don't think it's going to be the deciding factor. You do certainly have the option of looking at singling out fees and trying to establish a different fee than what we're proposing. That would require a considerable amount of recalculations to be done. Basically, we'd have to redo all the figures, which is going to be quite time-consuming.
And if I could chime in on that, if that's the direction of council, we would ask the CBO and our consultant, Glenn Tunick, to reproduce the charts and bring that back as a further report, if that's what council would request.
But we can certainly do that if that's what you choose to suggest.
We, of course, also mentioned to council that we will be reviewing our community improvement plan, which is an incentive program that was intended to do those kinds of incentives as well. And it would probably trigger or be targeted at the higher density residential units as opposed to the single-family dwellings. And so that may be another tool that council may use besides the building permit fees.
Okay.
Any further questions? Councillor Hughes?
Sorry, I don't mean to drag this on. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Donnelly. As a comparator to other municipalities in the region, how do we stand with our new pricing? Proposed pricing.
So we have not done a comparative to other municipalities in the region. I believe I mentioned that during the initial orientation session we have council. One of the reasons for that, or the main reason for that, is it's almost impossible to do a direct comparison between municipalities. The costs associated for running a department in the town of Ingersoll versus the costs of running a department in the town of Tillsonburg are based entirely on different things. So we don't know the number of permits they issue. We don't know the type of permits they issue, the makeup, whether how much are residential, how much are industrial. We don't know their staffing. We don't know their costing. It would be virtually impossible. We'd be putting together guesses if we were to provide you with that information.
And maybe if I could just further onto that, one of the principal things that I know some other municipalities have done consistently is they've upped their fees on an annual basis based on cost of living, and that's something we would commit to do here going forward. What you're seeing really in this adjustment is that we didn't keep up with cost of living, and so it would be our goal from this point forward to continue to do that, and that's one thing I know that has occurred in a lot of other municipalities.
Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Hallerow?
I just want to speak to this a little bit because I remember when the report was done and Mr. Donnelly had said the same thing about how impossible it is to compare each other. I think it's fair to ask, what are they charging though? Like if we are in a situation where we are in proximity with other towns that are attracting buildings and we know we have a building crisis, we want builders to come here. We have land that has been sitting for so many years and we're looking at least can we have an idea of what others are charging? And we know that when it comes down to the grain, it is going to be based on how many permits and their population and their departmental operation cost and all of that. Granted, but do we at least feel like we're comparable? Like, are we going to be a scare for one builder versus the other because it's such a big difference or is it such a small difference? I think it's fair to ask, and both questions are valid, and I think we should take a look at that before we, I know it's a recommendation and it sounds and looks fair, but I think it's also fair to us to know where we stack against the rest of other municipalities in the area. Yeah.
So I can certainly get those figures for you and bring them back to council as regards to general fees being charged by some of the surrounding municipalities. But again, I would caution you that it would be very difficult to do a direct comparative between those fees. If another municipality came back at $3,000 for residential versus what we're suggesting at $24,000, $3,000 may be extremely reasonable based on their cost. Again, as the 24 is based on our cost.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be this deciding factor for developers who are looking to build, but I can certainly, if council wants me to bring that forward, I can get those fees together and bring them back to council for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think it just to help us gauge where we are. And it's not going to affect our decision, but at least we know where we stand. And if that's all.
I'm not sure how the rest of council feels, but I'm wondering if staff could maybe speak to, putting this through and considering the amount of work that's been put into it, and then exploring these types of questions through the CIP process might be more efficient, but maybe if staff have an opinion on that.
I'm assuming you mean me.
Sure.
Certainly, the CIP is one tool to affect some of these, but I think at this point, I'm hearing a couple questions. If that's what council would like of us to go back and add some more detail to this report before adopting it, I think staff are open to that. We could look at the first question being a calculation of what would it look like if we skewed fees. Off the top of my head, I agree with the CBO. I'm not sure that skewing fees for higher density residential is going to make that much of a change, but we could look at what that looks like. Comparing ourselves to other municipalities, I don't think would take us all that long to put something together to try to do as close a comparison as we possibly can. But Mike is correct that, it's really hard to do an apples to apples comparison on that, but, and we still could, after that, then we'll still obviously evaluate the CIP and look at those incentives at a further date. But it's certainly fair for council to ask us to gather this information and to gather further reports so that they can make their decision. We would be prepared to do that.
So just further to that, as an add-on to that comment, Michael, we can do revised calculations, but if I'm going to do revised calculations and ask Glenn to provide that information as well, I'm going to need the exact examples that you want me to use. And keep in mind that whatever you take from one is going to have to be added to the others. So if you're talking reducing the amount from, for high-density residential from 49.45 to, for argument's sake, 4,000, that $945 per unit is factored into based on the number of units that were done in the past. So if, say, there was 50 of them that were done, so now we have 50 times $900. So that $45,000 is going to have to be allocated to the other permits. So it's not as simple as saying, can we take it off this one? Whatever we take off, we have to add on. So if you want me to do that calculation, I can, but you're going to have to pinpoint exactly the ones that you want me to look at the reduction on and how much the reduction that you're asking for. And then we'll have to redo, well, basically we'll have to redo the tables.
Mayor Petrie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. No, I'm certainly not making a motion of that at all. I'm fine where we are with this. I believe in the methodology that was used and that it needs to be updated. So I'm ready to vote on a motion tonight. If somebody else or a group of councilors wants to have a information brought forward on just what's out there, I think that's another matter. But I think that the methodology is fair and that when we do a full update next time, we can have a fulsome discussion on how we want that to be presented through a policy view of affecting different things. But I'm fine with it as of right now.
Thank you. Councillor Haller, are you prepared to move the motion?
Yeah, just before that, I just wanted to make clear that I'm not asking that this is redone. We accept that D is an option that we'd like to go with, but I'm just saying that it would be fair to have an idea of what other municipalities in our area are charging, just so that we know where we fare up, and that's all I'm asking. So if there is it coming in the next meeting, we can just have that as information, but no, this is fair that you guys have taken your time and used this process. It was just so that instead of we keep, thinking that we have to go by the comparison to detail, let's just kind of have an idea of what the perception of the public is when it comes to where is it cheaper to get a permit, where is it better to buy land and build, and it's just kind of that questioning that I was thinking through. But that's all for me.
Yeah, I can bring that forward, Councillor, for the next meeting, and I can present those figures to you from the surrounding municipalities prior to bringing a motion to enact the changes to the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hughes?
There I am. Similar to Mayor Petrie, I'm prepared to accept the report as presented. The numbers make sense. They seem fair. We do need to bring ourselves up into the year 2022 anyways, so I'm prepared to, if the rest of council is, to bring this forward tonight, approve it, and then have Mr. Donnelly bring in the comparisons next month.
Yeah.
Councillor Halleru, if you are prepared to
I
move the motion.
I agree.
Thank you.
And I will move the motion by myself that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation and report regarding the 2023 building permit review, fee review as information, and that council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw at the next meeting of the council to allow for administration and enforcement of the Ontario Building Code Act, including updated schedules of fees for administering and enforcing the Act, effective for the years 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Halleru. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Seconder? Hughes? All in favor? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Van Gouten-Bossen.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't put forth anything before because I thought, oh, we'll hear the motion. I just want to confirm, because I'm really not, when I'm reading this motion, I'm not seeing that it's saying that we're going with column D. So I just want to confirm that we are going with column D with the cost of living 15% rate increase over 2018 and 5% ICI recommended fee increase. Am I correct in assuming those things?
That's correct.
Okay. It didn't read it within the motion, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, because I agree that I'm actually quite fine with what you're proposing, Mr. Donnelly, and you and our consultant have done a good job in that respect. I quickly went and looked at Tillsonburg, and I think that we're pretty comparable, but again, I don't know if I'm comparing apples to apples or, apples to bananas. So that's harder to know as well, so I'll look forward to that for the next council meeting, but thank you very much for doing what you've done.
It is difficult to do a comparison. And just point out that you're looking at column D, which is certainly what we're recommending, but column F and G are also recommended for 2024 and 2025. In conjunction with that would be at projected cost of living allowance of 3% for those years, with the proviso that I will be looking at fees on an annual basis. And if I don't feel that that increase is warranted, we're certainly not going to take that step.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So thank you to our delegates for being patient as we worked through that. We are going to start with our, here's some feedback. We're going to start with our first presenter, which is Patricia Marshall from the Ingersoll Indigenous Solidarity and Awareness Network.
Tansai, Saigon, Kwe, Bonjour. bonjour, hello. These are just a few of the many phrases that we can use to greet one another. Which one I propose to you would be the first inkling to use? Which do you think was the first for the wind, the trees, the earth, and the river to hear? Which ones I now ask again did I begin with? Tansai, Segon, Kwe, Buju. These words I use first as a way to honor the first people of this region, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. However, just like there are many words, there are many nations and many ways to honor, reconcile, and move forward. ESON does its best to help the community to be able to do so in meaningful ways. I would like to say miigwech, or thank you to Council for having me here to share with you about Ingersoll and Area's Indigenous Solidarity and Awareness Network, or ESON for short. My name is Patricia Marshall, and I'm a mixed heritage mother of 4 Anishinaabe children and the soon-to-be wife of a proud Haudenosaunee descendant. I'm also the director and founder of ESON and a resident of Ingersoll since 2018. It is important, however, before I go any further, that I acknowledge that the land on which we stand was part of the One Bowl and Spoon Treaty between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee peoples who shared the resources of this region. I would also like to acknowledge that Ingersoll is situated on land recognized by 2 federal treaties, being the treaty between the lakes on the south side of the Thames, as well as the London Township Treaty on the north side of the Thames. These treaties, however, were made without full understanding, therefore consent, by its very definition, is in question. These treaties were also only made with individual nations and were not negotiated with all nations who use the land and its resources. This further supports questions of consent and the legitimacy of these treaties and the limitations that they impose on the Indigenous people and the liberties granted to the settlers of this region. Both the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee had long established forms of governance and community that were directly disrupted by the arrival of settlers into this tract of land. We all now understand that Ingersoll itself is home to many Indigenous people still, along with people from many other nations. It has been put forth from many sources that it is an obligation for all levels of government to consult with the Indigenous groups, people, and organizations. Thanks to last month's presentation by Cody Grove, we also now know the difference between the colonial-imposed elected council and the pre-existing Indigenous hereditary councils, along with the importance of working with both. I bring these perspectives and information to the table in order to help with the journey of understanding regarding the ask put forth by UNDRIP and what the principles of it would imply on a local scale. Being that the Pope has just recently repudiated the doctrine of discovery, which was the original grounds and basis for colonial practices, law, religion, and land ownership to be the superior and more civilized way of life, and that they would supersede and any pre-established Indigenous governing bodies, land stewardship and agreements, and spiritual practices. This is a monumental and pivotal time for meaningful truth and reconciliation. Sorry. Public speaking makes me nervous. So you're probably asking, what or who is ESON? ESON itself is a collaborative network comprising of Indigenous, mixed heritage, and non-Indigenous allies. We have 4 executive board members, being Brenda Boswell as our treasurer, Giselle Lutfalla as our secretary, Lisa Scott as our deputy director, and myself as director, along with several other community volunteers. We are a grassroots, not-for-profit organization, and we have just opened our first bank account. We meet wherever we can find space. Our planning meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic took place in a park. During 2022, we were able to host some of our meetings indoors at the ICAC, and this year we've been meeting at Ingersoll's downtown Tim Hortons. ESON was formed in the wake of the discovery of the 215 children at a residential school in Kamloops, BC in 2021. Our original intention was to try and help the community with moving forward with being active participants on the journey towards truth and reconciliation. Being that Ingersoll itself is situated between 2 of the oldest and longest operating residential schools in Canada and situated between numerous Indigenous communities, it was felt that actions to be taken were imperative at this time. Why does ESON exist? To date, almost 7,000 previously unmarked graves of children attending residential schools have been recovered. This doesn't include the over 6,000 known children who did not make it home from residential school. For over 150 years, over 150,000 Indigenous children were legally taken from their parents and indoctrinated into a system of systemic hate, violence, abuse, and oppression. For 150 years, this was supported by our governments, our policing bodies, And for 150 years, Canadians were both willingly and unknowingly complicit in the perpetuation of these so-called education centers. For years, whistleblowers tried to bring an end to these injustices, and no one listened. They at least tried to notify the public. This is a horrific and unchangeable part of history that we must face, honor, and do our best to reconcile. This is one of the three major issues Indigenous people face that ESON has been working to highlight, and why orange is included in ESON's colors. MMIW, G2S+. This is more than just an acronym. These letters, number, and symbol represent a plight older than this country that Indigenous people have been forced to face and have largely had ignored by the colonial world. For centuries now, Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit people, and men have been stolen from Turtle Island, murdered with impunity, and disappeared without a trace or aid. This is an issue that cannot and should not be ignored. ESON recognizes that the social issues of murdered, missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people is one of the predominant three issues that Canadians have the power to recognize and actively help to solve. That is why red is included in our colors. When you turn on the tap, do you feel comfortable taking a drink from it? How come you feel that way? Now imagine that for 26 years you couldn't turn on the tap, safely take a drink of water, use that water to cook, brush your teeth, or even make a cup of tea. How would you feel then? This is the sad reality that many Indigenous communities face. If you prefer to have a tangible community to think about, the strongest example I could give you would be Nisga'a First Nations in Northern Ontario. They've been without access to clean water for 26 years, despite several attempts to highlight the issue. Two other nearby communities without access to clean water will be Munsee Delaware Nation and 6 Nations of the Grand River. I'm sure many of you know exactly where both of these places are. A lack of basic resources in Indigenous community, or any community in a nation that proclaims itself as a First World nation, is a deeply shameful and troubling issue. Many other communities go out with adequate food supplies, medical care, or local education. This is why blue is our third color, to highlight and represent the disproportionate lack of basic needs that many Indigenous people face in this country and province alone. I'd also like to quickly note that the slides in the PowerPoint contain further information about these topics, and I encourage you to take the time to read them and further up on your personal understanding of these situations. What does ESON do? ESON first began with an Orange Heart campaign as a creative display in the downtown core. We worked with local shopkeepers to keep an accurate showcase of the number of graves being found. We then organized our first official March for Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th, 2021, with over 400 people in attendance. Community partners included United Way, Oxford Children's Aid Society, the Optimist Club of Tillsonburg, Big Brothers Big Sister of Oxford, Town of Ingersoll, and Namaran Friendship Center. On our second March, on September 30th, 2022, was enhanced by a partnership with the Ingersoll Creative Arts Center. This gave us some indoor space and coincided with an Indigenous art exhibit. ESON has also been responsible for establishing a local red dress tree, found downtown on important dates to honor the spirits of murdered missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit Plus people. In late 2022, ESON began working with the Ingersoll BIA regarding a crosswalk to highlight these issues that Indigenous people face. You can see the design on the far right of the current slide. This design highlights the social issues Indigenous people have and do face on a regular basis, and is created with colors and symbolism tied to those issues. Orange with a handprint for those affected by the Indian residential school system. Blue with a water drop to highlight the disproportionate lack of basic resources in Indigenous communities, as well as red with a dress for murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Due to the onset of the snow, the installation was delayed to June 20th, 2023, and the crosswalk is planned to be installed on King Street, crossing from the Ingersoll Nurse Practitioner Clinic to the Memorial Park, where we conduct our Truth and Reconciliation opening ceremonies. This location also has historical ties to the Detroit Path, which ran across East Oxford Township, connecting the head of Lake Ontario to what is now known as Detroit. This year, ESON was successful in obtaining a grant from Communities Supporting Youth Futures Oxford to offer a new program to educate youth aged 6 to 16 about indigeneity in order to help the next generation to know better and do better, while also addressing call to action number 63 from the TRC. We call this program Indigeno and partnered with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Oxford County to deliver it in a safe and inclusive manner. We have also recently applied for a grant from the Community Service Recovery Fund to help us with our vision, communications, and future plans. Currently, we are planning a memorial to honor murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit Plus people on May 6th in Tillsonburg along the Trans-Canada Trail. This will include a red dress display and opportunities to learn more about MMIW G2S+. We have put out a call to the community for donations of red dresses and shirts for us to use in our display on this day. We are, of course, also working on planning ESON's annual event for Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th, which will also include our march and a red dress tree. We are now in the works of collaborating with Stitch Supper Club to highlight some Indigenous food at their June 22nd Stitch Supper Club meal. Being that it is the day after National Indigenous Day, it was a perfect opportunity for community collaboration. We plan to participate in the annual community cleanup along the Thames as an act of responsible land stewardship, and ESON is also exploring the possibility of offering basic adult information sessions as a result of community feedback. It took until the discovery of the 215 tiny souls in unmarked graves in 2021 for communities to do something about it. Not when the reports were being published in the early days of residential schools, not when Indigenous communities and their survivors were brave enough to share their stories, not when Ingersoll OPP officers were picking up young runaways to bring them back to the Mohawk Institute, not when Indigenous mothers, children, and partners tried to alert the authorities of their missing and murdered loved ones, and not when the TRC report was released with its recommendations in 2015. No, it took the shocking recovery of the 215 for the community to do anything about these atrocities and to become active partners in truth and reconciliation. For that, I do feel shame. I'm sure many of us do. However, I do feel gratitude and pride that ESON has been able to do their best to lead by example and make truth and reconciliation a priority in Oxford County and Ingersoll itself. I also feel pride and gratitude that this council has made it their priority to learn and observe some of the calls of action in the TRC, beginning with having Professor Cody Grote here last month and continuing with having me here today and hopefully moving forward as well. I know that these are powerful observations and statements and that it leaves one with a lot to digest. However, I do wish that council takes the time to digest them. My Uncle Blair, a 60s scoop survivor, taught me a powerful phrase when I began walking this path, and it has stuck with me every step of the way, and I wish to say it and leave it with you now. Kina gibizimen maji, menawagazman, ambidash ga menawagazyen. This is Ojibwe, for we came to be happy, so go be happy. There is no truer sentiment or phrase I have ever heard about the hopes for moving forward for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. Chimigwech for having me today, and I hope that ESON and the town of Ingersoll can be great partners moving forward on the path to truth and reconciliation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council for Ms. Marshall? So I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So my question is, after our presentation last month and what you've been able to share with us today, are there any actions you'd like to see council or the corporation of the town of Ingersoll take in the next while?
ESON itself would really like to see the council table and present an annual report during a public session of a council meeting outlining the ways in which Ingersoll Town Council has addressed the municipal calls to action outlined in the TRC, such as call to action number 17, 23, 43, 55, 57, 64, 77, 87, 88, upholding Jordan's principle, as well as ensuring that the corporate world of our municipality is adhering to call to action number 92. ESON also requests that the council support its work as a community organization by promoting its events on Town of Ingersoll social media pages during the 2022 to 2026 council term, and that it provides ESON with the use of a community space to hold an event at least once annually to support call to action number 57.
Thank you very much. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosses?
All those numbers you're going to have to repeat to us.
No problem.
Because I couldn't even begin to, I seen Councillor Youth reach for his pen, I had reached for mine. I'm hoping that you'll be able to work with us, and between you and Professor Grote, sorry, I apologize, we all want to learn, and we want to do it the right way, and I think that we're on that path, and I know that I probably am speaking for all of council when I say thank you for being here and for bringing your words. I've never heard those words before, so I've learned much more again today, and I didn't find your draft of your copy until like the very last page. So I'll go back and reread it and try to learn them a little bit more, but I thank you for being here tonight. It's not easy to do public speaking, and you're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping that we can grow and learn together as a community, and that's what we all want, I think. So thank you very much.
Were there any other questions for Ms. Marshall? Councillor Halleru?
All right, Ms. Marshall, thank you so much for the wonderful job you're doing in the community. You've stood out to me, and you've inspired me to see how it just took one person so that we could start hearing. And as someone who's really passionate about the diversity and the voices that I recognize are so beautiful and so varied in the community, we hope that you will be on this diversity committee so that we can take all the different aspects of what we see and learn. Because I feel like, imagine a world where communities are united, harmonious, and inclusive. And you know, it just takes us recognizing the biases and the sensitivities that we can create an environment where every individual is valued and understood. As an immigrant, I definitely relate a lot to not even being as aware and as educated. And as you've come through and we've heard all this, living from Vancouver to hearing all the Manitoba stories of missing women and Indigenous missing women. And I'm so ashamed that it's taken us to 2023 before we actually start opening up to hear voices, which is why this is so important. We have to understand that we have some inner biases that let us see that it's okay for others to speak and not some. And as you can see, the council this year is willing to work with all our diverse voices. So what do you see and how do you think we can work with you in our newly approved diversity committee to really bring some inspiration to the table?
I think making sure that we are honoring the Indigenous ties to this land in everything that we do as a community is really important. And I think that the Diversity Committee is a really positive opportunity to do so.
Any further questions? Wonderful. I think it's important that we're able to recognize the recommendations we've been given and the information that we've been given. So I think can we take? Okay. If you want to make your way to the lectern, we can take a comment there.
Sorry.
No, I don't need to. I need only to say, I'm a new resident in this town. What this young woman did right now has the power to have all of you stand and say, I'm listening. I'm listening. I haven't seen anybody stand up yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye.
I'm listening.
Well, I have your ears. Would I be able to say one more thing? I think that it's really important with what's going on right now out west that we point this out, that 60% of murdered women are Indigenous, that Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to experience gender-based violence in their life, and that they're 16 times more likely to experience violence than their Caucasian counterparts. 1,000 recognized deaths have been confirmed between 1980 and 2012, while many other, including Linda Mary Beardy, Rebecca Contoys, Morgan Beatrice Harris, and Mercedes Byron. The accurate count, however, would be much closer to 4,000 if we did due diligence, according to the NWAC. And you can find the official report regarding all of this at www.mmIWG-ffada.ca/final report. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? So I think based on the presentation, Councillor Hudson has prepared a motion.
Moved by myself, Councillor Hudson, and seconded by Councillor Halleru, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation from Patricia Marshall of Ingersoll and Area Indigenous Solidarity and Awareness Network as information, that the staff be directed to draft a policy whereby Council will table and present an annual report during the public session of the Council meeting, outlining the ways that it has been addressed the municipal call to action of the TRC in the year before, and that the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll Council support the work of Ingersoll and Area Indigenous Awareness and Solidarity Network by promoting its events on the Town of Ingersoll social media pages during the 2022 to 2026 council term, and that it provides the Indigenous Solidarity and Awareness Network the use of the community space to host an event at least once annually to support Call to Action 57 regarding public education.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried.
Miigwech for having me today.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Next, we're moving to a presentation from Ellen Raby, the community librarian. If you want to make your way to the lectern.
Thank you for having me. I am just here to present a request from the Ingersoll Public Library as part of Oxford County Library, and hopefully have, sorry, I've never been to a council meeting before, excuse me as I stumble a little bit. We are hoping to have an event on June 30th where we will close the adjacent parking lot to this building to have what we call a Touch a Truck event. This is an event where we would have our new, and we're very excited about this, our new mobile library vehicle, which is actually a converted ambulance. I know it's going to look very, very cool and be very interesting. We'd like to have our new vehicle along with town vehicles such as other ambulances, fire truck, potentially town vehicles, snowplow, or even a facilities truck, and have this as an event for our community to kick off Summer Reading Club, which the entire county is participating in, for children and families to get to know our new vehicle, which will be traveling throughout the community and the rest of Oxford County throughout the summer and all through the year. And we'd also like to have the community able to get up and close and personal with some of the other vehicles and the folks who are working with them. So that is my request, that we are able to close the parking lot for the day, June 30th, for our Touch a Truck SRC event.
Thank you very much. I think we had a lot of this information ahead of time, so if Councillor Hudson's prepared to move the motion.
Thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received the delegation from Ellen Raby, Community Librarian for Ingersoll's Library, as information, and that Council approve the request to close the Town Hall Library parking lot located at 130 Oxford Street during business hours on Friday, June 30th, 2023 for the planned Touch a Truck event, and that Council approve the request for the library to reach out to various Town of Ingersoll departments to utilize vehicles for display purposes for the event.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Oh, did Councillor Petrie?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you have a question, Mayor Petrie?
No, that's fine. The vote's been taken, so I'm good.
Sorry about that. None opposed, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see some of you out there on September 30th. Thank you very much.
And our final presentation, Brian Smith from ISE Ontario. Welcome.
So you can either do it with...
Yeah, I think, because if I do that, I'll go home. Yeah. Right. So thank you very much for having me here tonight. I wear several hats in this community, and on occasion I wear more than one shirt. And today I'm wearing a shirt that represents a convergence of interests. That includes ISE International, which is an exchange agency and nonprofit, and it also represents Future Oxford, who have come together to offer an opportunity to youth in Oxford County to participate in exchanges, and during that exchange, then to gather information that would allow them to further advance community sustainability, as in the Community Sustainability Plan under Future Oxford. So as I said, there's two partners in this, ISE Ontario and Future Oxford, but we'd like a third partner, and that would be the town of Ingersoll. ISE, as I said, is a nonprofit. We organize reciprocal exchanges, which brings students from European countries here to spend time living with families here, and sends our students to live with those same students in another country, and to participate in their life as well. Our staff works to make sure that we match them extremely well, and that is something that we've been successful with. In the past, what has happened is we have sent a small number of students to other countries, and they've done research of various kinds that's been useful to the communities back here. So there's two of them here, and I will admit that I maybe underplayed what the second student did. But anyways, Jessica Hatch from Zora, although in attendance at a school here in Ingersoll, looked at how Europeans manage transportation efficiently, and deal with how you get from your bike to the bus station, how you get from the bus station to the local train line, how you get from the local train line then to a major center, and back, and how all those things work so that people have alternate kinds of transportation and lots of times to do it. And Ella Vries didn't just study French cuisine, although it's worth studying. She actually did something that was also transportation related as well. And what they did is, having done that study, they brought those studies back, and they found community groups who had an interest in that information and who intended to act on that information. And so it's a way of enriching our experience here and enriching our lives and making our lives more sustainable and our communities more sustainable. So ISE does this with their 9 to 12 week reciprocal exchanges to those 5 destinations that are on screen, that take students out of here in the bitterest months of winter and put them in warm places like Spain, so they're not suffering too badly while they're doing it, but nonetheless they're gathering the information that we need and want, and that's useful to us. So I'll just talk to you super briefly about those destinations. You can see that France has got a model for intermodal rail that is so dependent upon all those other things being in place that high-speed rail makes sense there. Work by a consultant that was hired by the Council for Oxford County suggests that high-speed rail is not viable here economically or in other terms, and so did the work that Ella did. Switzerland, home of the UN, and students who have gone there have come with us and come back to us with information about how you can make societies more peaceful and how you can negotiate and mediate in those societies, also useful. Germany's another destination, and I only wish my car was made there, but it's cheap. Is a country that has, much like the presentation that preceded me, has had to deal with some significant reconciliation with things in its past that had impact on people inside its borders and in other places as well. So there's some models there that may be of use to us yet. Spain, which is a culture that has adopted many aspects of things that are quite ancient and makes them modern. So in fact, that arched aqueduct that you see there is in fact Roman, but is actually still used to this day so that you're not wasting resources. So it's very much about how you're taking limited resources and you make them really work for you over and over and over again. Italy is another destination, and know that it's not my house, so I'm sorry I can't invite you to come and spend some time with me there, but it is a fabulous country, and a country that's managed to make its mark on the world through branding of itself as a country. That would be an interesting exercise for us as well. So what we do is we hope to pull in some things out of the sustainability goals from the Future Oxford Plan about vibrant, prosperous communities, about responsible communities, about increasing the number of volunteers. So when we send those students off, they come back, they talk to community groups, and in fact, they become volunteers in that process. And frequently establish a relationship with those community groups such that they remain volunteers, and that's a goal as well. And they bring ideas about innovation that would impact our economic pillar, our social pillar, and certainly our environmental pillars, which is one of the other hats I wear or shirts I wear or whatever. They are allotted roughly at one per municipality. That's why there's 8 of them. Although I was persuaded by the mayor of Blandford Blenheim, I hope he doesn't mind me using him as a reference, that were there no students in Blandford Blenheim who applied in any one year, that a student who applied in another municipality could well get the bursary that otherwise would be designated for a Blandford Blenheim student, or vice versa. Okay, so it's a sort of a rough thing, but we tried to represent all of those communities in a way that would bring students back into those communities, having done their exchanges, to share those ideas. If you look at the who does what, you'll see that Oxford County has only a small lot of the load there. The students do the heavy lifting, which in my view is how the thing should be, and that there's none there precisely targeted at Ingersoll Council as well, but you're quite welcome to do some things, and some of those things would be informally to suggest to me who are some students I should talk to who might be thinking about an exchange, who might be thinking about sustainable ideas, and I could then talk to them about doing these kinds of things. It might be that your council does as both the Oxford County Council did and Zora Council did, is they said, okay, that was great, your presentation to that community group and that community group, but we'd like to hear you too. So if there is a student who has some ideas that are pertinent to the things that you're chewing on, then I'm certain that they would be very pleased and probably somewhat nervous to come and speak to you, but they would do it. Shortly, Future Oxford will be looking at the first applicant who's done it. There's a second applicant who has an application in the works for the 2023 year, and we're certainly hoping that in 2024 we'll be able to do this again. So you can see the timelines is that in 2023 we're looking for students and we're putting that together, that students do their travel and then they come back and they do those presentations to the community. So I think we can look forward to some interesting events there. This request went to the County Council and was awarded, so I'm not asking you for any money tonight. I hope that's a relief too. But I would ask that if there are ways that you could support the information getting out to the public about it. For instance, there's a much prettier version of this in full color that I shared when my package came through to you. And if that were something that could attach to your website so that people would know that there is a bursary there, that there are some people who did some brilliant things, and that there are 2 ways to contact for information, that would be great. Neither one directs them directly to you, so those questions would be fielded by myself or by the exchange agency. And so I guess I would just ask if you have any questions, if you have any comments, and wish you a bon voyage.
Any questions? Councillor Hughes?
I presume this is your house.
No, that's my summer cottage.
Oh, that's your
Are
summer,
you coming?
I get it. Okay, no, that's cool. Just a...
That was your only question?
That was my only question.
Councillor Van Kootenbossen?
I actually have a question, so, Brian, I might have missed it in there, I was trying to read everything as well, but what age group are we dealing with for kids then?
Yeah, okay, through Ms. Wilson to you, Deputy Mayor Wilson to you. So ISE does exchanges with kids between 13 years old and 17, with some leeway there. So we ask that the student be 13 at the time they travel. That relates largely to insurance and airline things. So they can apply before that. And we ask that they be 17 at the time on which they apply, so that we in fact do scoop some grade 12 students, especially grade 12 students who are either ones who have added extra credits and therefore can lighten a semester and have some ability to travel during their second semester, or who are doing what's called a victory lap, so the 5th year of high school. So they fit into that age group. So essentially they're students who are in their senior intermediate years in the elementary schools and then through the high schools.
I learned about exchange programs when I was in high school myself, but I'm assuming they stay with host families then when they're over there, so they're always with other adults in that respect and have been vetted in the whole bit in that respect then.
Yeah. Again, through Deputy Mayor Wilson, to your question, yes, they are vetted in 3 ways. The families that host the students, so we ask for a police check of everyone who's over 19 in the families in which the students from Ingersoll will be hosted in one of those 5 European countries. They are vetted by the schools which those students attend as well, and they're vetted by our partner agencies in Europe who check the records as well. So we are very, very anxious that students be always very safe throughout this experience while they start exploring the world. Yes, thank you for your question.
Wonderful. Thank you. If there's no further questions, Councillor Van Kootenbossen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation from Brian Smith of ISE Ontario as information. And I'm going to write on here that I would also like us to make sure that we add your information to the website. I don't think I'm asking too much of staff to do that. And I'll be more than happy to share out information myself and through Kiwanis. Kiwanis might be an opportunity as well. Can't speak on behalf of all 40 of our members, but it sounds like a very interesting thing. And I'm sure that having them come here, we can get them speaking in front of people as well. So I will add that in as well, but I haven't written it
In
yet.
writing?
I will.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? None opposed? That's carried.
So thank you, merci, arigato, grazie, gracias.
So we'll move back up, looking for the consent agenda to be adopted. Councillor Hudson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kootenbossen, that the items contained in the April the 11th, 2023 consent agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed? That's carried. And looking for the adoption of the minutes from the last regular council meeting. Councillor Van Kootenbossen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the minutes from the March 6, 2023 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Sorry about that. I think we're going to consider a recess if fellow councilors are okay with that, if someone would move.
I will move.
Seconded? Thank you. Any discussion? Thank you. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. Councillor Hudson, did you Sorry, Counselor Halleru, did you have your hand up there, or Mayor Petrie?
No, I just said
Sorry.
thank you.
Okay, sorry, there's just a delay. Sorry about that, Mayor Petrie.
No problem. I was just wondering what the reason for the 15 minutes is.
Counselor Halleru, do you mind if or do you want to?
I don't mind. It's just the time to break the fast for the Ramadan.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
here. If everyone's ready, wonderful, perfect.
Perfect. A motion I'd like to present first before we conduct further business. Moved by myself, Rick, Councillor Hughes, that the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll, in accordance with Section 7.1.3 of the Procedure Bylaw, amend consideration of the order of business contained on the agenda, and approve report CP, consideration of the order of business contained on the agenda and approve report CP-2023-94-ZN 6-22-09 to be considered before the consideration of all staff reports.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens. Any discussion? Did you want to speak to that, or?
No, I just, well, yes, sure, I'll speak to that, to get that one talked through, because I know we have the proponent here that, or the applicant, sorry, here, and then instead of having him sit for the next 3 hours, we can get him moved out.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any further discussion? Sorry, was there any discussion? I couldn't see Councillor Haller or Mayor Petrie. Any? Wonderful. Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. So with that, we will ask Ron to bring that report forward, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So let me share the screen here. This is a follow-up report from last month's council meeting where we had the public meeting, and just as a bit of background, the area that is outlined in red on plate 1 of the planning report is intended to be rezoned from our MR to R1 to allow a single-family dwelling to be constructed on the lot. While the area outlined in blue was actually part of the severance, it was actually part of the original property. Land Division Committee considered the severance back at its meeting in January and conditionally approved the severance to allow this lot to be created. One of the conditions that was part of that committee decision was to rezone the property to allow the residential uses. So as shown on plate 1, the lands are in the southwest corner of Glen Ave and Whitty Ave within the town of Ingersoll. The lands have a split designation of residential and industrial, and obviously are currently zoned for restricted industrial purposes. Surrounding land uses, as shown on plate 1 of the report, there is residential on the to the south and to the southeast of the subject lands, while we have industrial, which includes Fastenal, Cami on the west side of Ingersoll Street, and also Atlantic Packaging to the immediate north of the subject property. From a provincial policy perspective, their policies really speak to trying to protect industrial lands from competing land uses for the long protection of those, and also to avoid conflicting land uses where possible. And similar, those policies are contained within the county official plan. Now, with respect to the zoning bylaw, as detailed in the planning report, it would appear that the proposed lot to be created would meet the relevant provisions of the R1 zone if approved by town council. In terms of agency comments, they were supportive of the application, and for the most part, they're all reflected in the recommended conditions of the severance that was approved by the Land Division Committee. In terms of public consultation, no members of the public, I should say, spoke at the public meeting last month. However, there was one letter that was received from a resident citing concerns with respect to the use of the lands, and had identified there was an opportunity here at one point to extend a walkway from the end of Glen Ave through to Ingersoll Street, and questioned whether or not there was still an opportunity here to allow that public trail to be created that would be created over the Atlantic Packaging and Fastenal property. Now, I think the other thing too that's probably important to mention here is comments that haven't been received, and I'll speak to why in a moment. And this is from Atlantic Packaging. So the fact that they have not provided any comments on at least 2 occasions now, and that is a public notice that would have been sent out on severance and also the zone change. And I think that's important to consider for council's consideration when deliberating on the resolution. So basically, just to kind of summarize quickly on the recommendation, there is a recommendation to not support the application, and this was the case also with the Land Division Committee recommendation or the report we had in front of them. Again, however, the committee chose to approve the severance subject to conditions. The recommendation is primarily because this would represent the closest dwelling to the industrial use, which is Atlantic Packaging to the immediate north. And this really speaks to the compatibility between industrial and residential uses, which are really considered to be competing land uses. So this is really just kind of what I would categorize as a policy-based recommendation. I think the other matters to be considered are Ingersoll, and it's detailed in the planning report. Ingersoll did prepare a noise study that concluded that no specific design elements were needed to be incorporated into the construction of the new dwelling, nor were any warning clauses warranted to allow that dwelling to exist. As mentioned, the other important matter, I think, here is the fact that Atlantic Packaging did not provide any comments to the the notification of either of the planning application. And that's not insignificant in my opinion. I'll acknowledge that. As it's typical for an industrial use, whenever you're talking about establishing a new use closer to their uses, that they will cite it and a concern that it does impact on their operations. So again, it's not insignificant that Atlantic Packaging has not provided a comment. And I think the other element here is, this would represent the closest use to the Atlantic Packaging property. There is other residential dwellings in the immediate area of the severance relative to the Atlantic Packaging property. Other elements that are detailed in the planning report as identified by County Public Works, there is an easement, water easement along the north side of the property that is reflected in plate 5 of the report, and that's reflected by this area right here. That's actually where an easement for the water is in favor of the County Public Works. That said, if I go to plate 7 of the report. So this is basically represents what the applicant is intending to create for the residential lot. Part 4 represents the easement, whereas part 5 represents what would be the buildable area on the lot to be created. And this is important here because this represents basically there would be no building that would be permitted on part 4. However, building would be permitted on part 5. That said, through our review, still considering that there'd be approximately a little over 12 meters, there would be still an area sufficient to accommodate a single family dwelling on that lot to be created. In terms of public comments that were received, as mentioned, there was comments received from Mr. Lobson, and in response to those comments and talking to town staff had indicated that there was no intention or no plans for the extension of a public trail on the Fastenal Canada property or the Atlantic Packaging property. And there was also, although it's not detailed in the planning report, there was also a point was made that there is no sidewalks along the east side of Ingersoll Street. So that trail really would not connect to anything that exists on the ground today. Subject to any questions from council, Madam or Deputy Mayor, that's the extent of my presentation.
Mayor Petrie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Ron. Ron, what's the difference between MR and MG as far as different zonings go? Primarily, just an overview.
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, there's a few less uses permitted, industrial uses permitted in the MR zone than there is in the general industrial. The general industrial allows pretty much everything from an industrial perspective, whereas restricted industrial limits it a little bit. It doesn't allow some manufacturing uses. It does allow packaging and so forth. So it's a little bit lesser uses permitted in the MR zone.
But still, just to follow up, Deputy Mayor, it still allows a wide range of different manufacturing. So, and then as a follow-up question, how close is the current residence to the current MR zoning? Say the lot beside it to the south, I believe.
So, sorry, just to clarify. So the question is, how close is the residential dwelling?
So the lot that's being considered for sever is MR right now, and how close is the lot to the south of that to the border of it?
Well, it would.
Would it be closer than this one would be, or?
Yeah, this lot would be closer than that lot to the south, to the industrial use. So it would be in between the existing lot and the Atlantic packaging property.
No, so I guess my point of clarification is if we're having a house, we have an easement, the distance between the new house that would be built, would it be roughly the same as the current lot is now to the south, away from this MR rating?
The easement's a little over 7 meters wide, so it would be, it would have a frontage that's similar, but it would be closer than the existing lots. From a distance perspective, I measured it off. I believe that lot right now is about, the existing lot is about 40, little over 40 meters removed from the sidewall of the Atlantic packaging property, whereas this new dwelling would be about 24 meters removed from the sidewall of the Atlantic packaging property.
Well, I guess I must not explain myself. So what I'm saying is we have an MR zone on this piece of property already right now. And we have a property directly to the south with a residential unit on it.
That's right.
How close is that unit to the MR unit?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's about a little over 20 meters.
Over 20 meters. Okay.
Yeah.
Two.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
I'm trying to figure out how to ask my question. I'll be very honest with you. Because and maybe it's me, but I'm confused, Ron, by a lot of what you're saying. I mean, in one breath, you're saying that it's okay, but then in the next breath, you're saying it's not okay. And so I'm confused. I mean, we've had a land division council approve it based on us rezoning. If the rezoning doesn't go through, then it becomes dead. But if we were to approve this rezoning, you're saying we shouldn't because you've got certain things that you're saying is good and certain things that I'm hearing are bad. And I'm really quite confused. This is the first time you've ever confused me, Ron, and I'm not enjoying it, but can you try to unconfuse me because I'm not enjoying the confusion.
Okay, sure. I will try to through the chair. So the recommendation is to deny the zone change because this would represent what would be the closest residential unit to the Atlantic packaging property. So that's a policy matter that is the basis for a recommendation. So the parts that I'm speaking to that are really kind of factual based. And I believe Mr. Truleff spoke to this at the public meeting. There is, when you look at there's no way of denying that there is residential properties in the immediate area, albeit not as close as this proposed dwelling will be. But, they are all there. It's pretty hard to deny that they're there, and they would already have somewhat of an impact on whatever whatever uses this industrial use could be used for in the future. The other element is that the applicant, as directed, did provide a noise study and did identify that there was no additional provisions required to accommodate the industrial use from a special design. Normally, sometimes noise studies will make a specific recommendation of like limiting window openings towards the industrial use, or maybe special, air conditioning. Windows have to be double, triple glazed to reduce any impacts of any noise coming from the industrial use, but that's not the case with this noise study that was done by Ingersoll. And the other element is the fact that Atlantic Packaging was given a couple different opportunities to comment on this, and they have not. So, and that to me is not insignificant. I think and that's part of the three things that I'm thinking here that are some factors that are, that would contradict what the recommendation is which is a policy-based recommendation. So I don't know if that helps or not.
It did a bit, thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Thank you, through you. So I have a question as well, because I'm kind of confused. So if we allow it to go through, a residential home can be built on that one piece of land. If we don't allow it to go through, then what can be built on that piece of land? An industrial? Because then the
Yes.
house next door is going to be then next to an industrial place instead of a residential place. So basically, you've just moved it down.
Yeah,
All right.
through the chair, that's correct. I mean, right now, it's really, I believe Mr. Chulev had said it's kind of a surplus property. It really doesn't represent anything that's of any benefit to the industrial use right now. I don't know if an access would be created there, which probably wouldn't be something the neighboring property would like to see, that would extend from Ingersoll Street through to Glen Ave. It's really, from an industrial use perspective, not much could be constructed there at the current time.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes,
Councillor Hughes?
I got to formulate my question.
Okay.
Sorry, so have we heard from the residential home that's next door? Sorry, maybe have we?
Through the chair, they've been circulated on the application, but they have not provided any comments.
So they don't have any negativity against it? Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Hallerue?
So from what I'm getting, I'm confused now too. From what I'm getting, isn't it then obvious that it's okay to have this go ahead as a residential? Because again, it doesn't seem like anybody else is worried about it being anything different. And if there's traffic studies that have been done and everything else has been done, isn't it okay to just understand that it's policy one way, but then this is okay in this rare, unique situation?
Through the chair, I think you could probably interpret it that way. Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes?
I have I think maybe a couple questions, but it'll all depend on the answer. So if this is approved by this council, Atlantic Packaging would have an opportunity to appeal that decision. Is that correct?
Well, actually, through the chair, actually they would not, because they did not make any written submissions to either town council for your consideration of the zone change or the consent application, where again, they were silent. They never provided any comments for the, and as part of that preamble, when the mayor or deputy mayor always reads that, the only way to secure your right for a right of appeal on the zone change is if you make a written submission, which secures your ability to file an appeal to the tribunal. So the answer is no.
Okay. So my next question is, our normal buffer between residential and industrial is, I believe, 300 meters.
That
But we have made decisions to shorten that distance in the past.
You have, and just to clarify again through the chair, 300 meters would apply for heavy industrial users such as CAMI or some other kind of fairly large-scale industrial use. I believe Atlantic Packaging is either, it's probably more classified as a Class 2 industry, which is more of a packaging. It doesn't include any heavy manufacturing, stamping, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hughes, are you prepared for a motion?
I am.
Okay.
Moved by myself, Councillor Yu, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve in principle the zone change application submitted by Ingrox Limited, whereby the lands described as Lot 188-190, 213, 214, and part of Glen Ave, Plan 709, being municipally known as 265 Ingersoll Street, Town of Ingersoll, are to be rezoned from restricted industrial zone MR to residential type 1 zone to permit the construction of a single detached dwelling on the subject property.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Mayor Petrie?
Sorry, I just missed the important part of whether it was to approve or deny.
Approve in principle.
Perfect. You can comment on that as well.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. Yes, I think this situation does warrant us going against our planner's policy opinion, which is based off policy, and I appreciate staff always following policy and making sure that they are in line with what we have put forward. And then it's our job to decide as a council, that's what we're here for, to make sure if that makes sense in the situation and then move forward. So I'll gladly support this. I think that the portion of the property that is here is handicapped as a manufacturing property, and that I don't think it's going to cause any more ill harm effects than what is experienced now by the general neighborhood. And so I can gladly support that and make sure that we can see another home built within Ingersoll and that land not sit vacant with no use.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Any further comment on the motion? Wonderful. I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. So we're moving back up to the top to special reports from staff, and we will begin with report A-004-23, and I believe we have Monique on Zoom to deliver this report.
Perhaps I could start on that. I don't think staff actually have a lot to add. We've given this report at our previous meeting. Really, we're here, and really Monique's here to be able to answer any questions because she'll be able to more capably answer them than I will. So that's why she's here. And so it's really here for council's consideration. As before, council wanted to defer this for some more time for some consideration. You may have questions for us, and we'll attempt to answer them.
Councillor Halleru?
Hi, Monique, and good evening. Based on the request to take this and table it so we could review it properly, I just had some significant things that jumped out at me while I tried to review it the last time. It was interesting. We definitely like the idea for job titles to help reflect better for attraction, and we know that there's some considerable impact when you have those little words change and get the right kind of person for the job, and that can come with significant maybe monetary implication. But as we read through, and one of the reasons I think I was concerned was there were areas where we already are very competitive, like when it comes to the 18-day sick days, and we have a very good health policy as well. So in the recommendations as a whole, I'm just going to say what I feel and how that came up to me. For number 4, where you want the unlimited sick days, that was proposed because for some reason people won't take it. I find that there's so many other ways that we can add value to work-life balance and help with the mental health state of our staff without truly just kind of giving a rain check for a whole unlimited sick days. In my opinion, I know not everybody would want to take them, but if you have 18 paid sick days already, that's a really big, a wide range of days that you could take the whole year to. I don't think going unlimited for me is very comfortable because it could be okay and nobody even takes it. But then there's that one person that maybe you can't now have any safety net around. So we don't want a situation, or in my case, I don't think it's fair to have that blanket and assume that no one would take it. But then if somebody takes it, it's already there as an unlimited. So I really didn't agree with that. Then when it comes to the 4-day trial work weekday, I definitely was already very happy that that was considered. I know that it was done in a kind of informal way during the COVID, but I was already suggesting in my mind that I think we should go on a full trial for that, because for me, I see the cost benefit to both community and staff. It's a cost benefit for us having longer hours to have, residents access services for the town. And it's also a way that you can actually work 4 days a week, have more time for work-life balance. The healthcare situation is not as high risk. So that's kind of why I didn't see a need for us going for more sick days. And I think that's pretty much kind of what I came through and was on my comments.
Yeah, so if I can just clarify on the sick days, currently what our policy is there's 18 intermittent sick days. So you can take a sick day here and a sick day there. But if you exhaust your sick time and you receive a medical note, our wage replacement kicks in anyways and continues to pay your salary, provided that you have medical to support your absence. So just from going from 18 sick days to 20 sick days or how many ever, it's already, our full-time staff are already protected if they're sick. So I was just thinking that would be a way to put onto the advertisements the sick days, although I do agree that 18 sick days is extremely generous from the town's perspective. Just a different language on job ads could have posed an opportunity to attract more people, given that our policies in combination already offer.
Okay, so regardless of if they take 18 days or if they took 30 days, they would be paid anyways? Full pay?
If they had substantial medical to support that they were unable to work, yes. Yeah,
we don't have a short-term disability period?
We do, but it's self-adjudicated. So from a town, it's not facilitated through Sun Life or Manulife. It's covered through the town. So we do we call it wage replacement, and we continue their salary depending on their years of service, anywhere from 100% to 75% for the 17 weeks until their long-term disability would kick in.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I'm wondering if maybe for efficiency, we could discuss the ones that staff are directing or suggesting to implement, and then maybe switch to the ones that need more discussion afterwards. Because if we agree on these ones, we don't need to talk too much about them. So the recommendations that we could discuss included job title analysis, student interns and co-ops, graceful exiting of staff, training and professional development, onboarding, and staff recognition. Maybe if there's any discussion on those ones, we can maybe put those behind us. Wonderful. Oh, sorry, Mayor Petrie, yes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of every single one of those. I think they're all easily implemented and can have an impact on the ability to what the program is all about. So much in favor of all those.
Perfect. So we don't need to discuss those ones any further, which would move us to number 6, the vacation allocation. Is there any question or comments on that one? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. So yes, through the chair. Basically, we're looking at more holidays for staff. I know that simplifies it, but arguably, that's basically what we're looking at with that. Is that correct?
So,
Yeah, I'll let Monique answer.
yeah. So our current policy allows staff to negotiate. So people who are onboarding to negotiate. So we've received an increasing number of those requests, where essentially, I would say a large percentage of staff or of our new hires are suggesting 3 weeks or more, especially if we're trying to attract or retain people from other municipalities or people who have more years of service.
And if I could further, if I could through the chair, really it's more vacation up front, but it isn't necessarily in the long term anymore vacation. So it's just more upfront, so you're enticing people, because quite a few people come to our employment as a younger person, and it would just be get more upfront vacation, more like 3 weeks at an earlier stage than you normally would have gotten it. But the rest of the schedule for vacation would probably mostly remain the same, so.
Okay, yeah, no, that was my question, because I know, like you say, trying to attract new talent, definitely everybody's looking for more work. Older talent, I'll say older, more experienced talent, they're not going to come to a job for 2 weeks after leaving a job or potentially leaving a job where they had 4 weeks. So they may want to work in between. I totally understand that. So with that allowance, as Monique said, in regards to negotiating holiday time, would that affect existing staff who currently didn't negotiate holiday time because they were happy to get the job?
And I'll chime in on that one. Yeah, it would. We'd have to probably adjust those existing staff, but it would, in our minds, this would sort of level the playing field because we've had some that have negotiated this, so it would be better to sort of level the playing field at the front end of that employment, right? So the ones that are here for have only been here for a shorter period of time. It would bring everybody up to more of a consistent schedule across the board and offer more to those younger people. That's what we're targeting more. It's more those type of people. We're not necessarily giving someone like myself more vacation. Myself an example. So.
Sure. You're one of the experienced. Okay, there we go. So arguably, then that would to a certain degree negate the extra request for unlimited sick days in that regards to, like you say, something else to offer.
And I would say, for the most part, having a job advertisement that offers something a little bit more exciting. I think work-life balance, so vacation is a hot topic. And when negotiating, I typically sort of offer them, say, hey, I can either option 1, give you more sick time, or option 2, maybe higher on the salary grid. So maybe starting them at step. So I do try to negotiate as it is, and vacation seems to be something that a lot of people are going for, which leads me to think that if we offered that, we would be attracting more people.
Okay, that's all I have for number 6.
Councillor Halleru?
Yeah, so I'm concerned that when it comes to vacation, traditionally vacation has been something that you earn as you go. So I'm wondering if you're presenting that as something enticing, are you also offering that option that for a specific amount of days they earn vacation, or is it something that they can truly come in and work 2 months and take a 3-week vacation, or how does that work? Because we have to be careful. And if you're saying if we're doing this for the new person, we're going to have to kind of claw it back to everybody, then I'm looking at something that might be financially more impactful than we think right now.
Yeah, so what happens in terms of our vacation accrual process is that every month our staff on their pay check, they accrue vacation. So if for some reason somebody went into arrears, so in, I don't know, for instance, they wanted to take a week off in March break, but they hadn't accrued that time yet, that money, so they would go into the negatives, and then that balance, should they leave, say, in April and they hadn't accrued back out, that balance would come off of their final pay. So we do have a sort of clawback policy built into our vacation policy that would allow us to recoup that funds or that arrears.
Do we have a policy of no vacations till after 3 months, or is that non-existent?
Speak to that one. It would really be up to the department head and the individual at that time. What I can tell you is that when I started employment with the town, I had a vacation booked and it was something we negotiated right at the start to deal with my mother's illness at the time. So that was a very unique circumstance. So I did take a vacation shortly after starting here for a week to spend time with my mother for dealing with her illness.
Yeah.
That would be the kind of unique circumstance that we might do something like that, but for most other cases, you wouldn't approve a vacation for someone that's just starting and in their probationary period. It would probably be well after that before you'd approve something.
Mayor Petrie? Oh, sorry, Councillor Halley.
Sorry. The unionized staff, they don't have that until they pass their probationary period, but we don't have, it's not actually currently built into our policy regarding vacation. It is possible that making adjustments to our policy, that there is opportunity for us to adjust some language in our policy regarding the use of the vacation upon hire, that, you know, if you wanted to take it within the first 3 months, it needs to be negotiated or discussed upfront upon hire. So there is opportunity for us to add that language. We just currently don't have that.
So through you, Mayor, I think that's where I come in. I feel like we are excited about attracting people. We need staff. We need to have people that are the right for the job, but we also have to be careful how we just throw in all these offers. And at the end of the day, the retention may not be reflective of what we're offering. So we need to have that safety net. And I think, I don't know if there's a motion that can go in to add a clause to make sure that even if we're throwing it out there, that they're aware that it's still something that has to be negotiated. But I'm just concerned that I see it all as dollar signs going off everywhere. Yeah.
Mayor Petrie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. I'm supportive of this. When we talk about total compensation, we want to be competitive. We have no problems being wanting to be competitive on the dollar figures, but we need to be competitive on all fronts. And so you can say that, okay, if we're doing apples to apples, say it's 50,000, and all of a sudden somebody's 3 weeks and we're 2 weeks, well, we're not competitive anymore. No one's going to make that choice. You would have to have a lot of other things up front. Spending time with your family is a great way to have work-life balance, and we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to be rested. We're asking people to do what they job that we're asking them to do when they come in, and so I think a lot of employment policies are faulted in this range where they just say, "Oh no, it doesn't matter. We want your experience and we want your knowledge level." And we want you to come from another employer where you got that, but we're not willing to match the total benefit package that you were getting there. We'll do the monetary thing, but we won't do the other part. And so having that tool to give to staff, and I think the department heads will know their schedules, they'll know the need. Again, if they can offer that to somebody, if someone's starting and they're saying, I have a vacation booked within the first 3 months, and the department head goes, okay, that's fine, we can accommodate that due to the workload. If they can't, then they can't. But again, it may make the decision. That may be the bending factor, saying, well, you know what, I'm not giving up $6,000 that I spent on a vacation or whatever it may be to come work for you I'm just going to stay where I'm at. So I think that staff can use their discretion on that, and I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good a balance of just bringing our compensation to apples and make us more competitive with making that choice, maybe not to another municipality, but staying where somebody is and making them make that jump to Ingersoll.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Councillor Hudson? I'll add to Mayor Petrie's comment too that a number of these that we're discussing right now, staff are just asking for the option to bring this back through the budget process. So it's still not said and done. Even if we explore these further, we still have the option to review them in that process. I have a question for staff. I think the main reason this is coming forward is that we are in a workforce shortage and a municipality is not immune to the pressures that causes. And I'm wondering if maybe staff could speak a little bit to just that situation in general, because I think maybe we might be falling into the trap of things that we might be used to growing through our career don't necessarily apply anymore, and that's why staff have brought these forward.
So I'll start on that. We have an item on closed session where we're talking about one of the positions that we're hiring, and I can tell you that every single candidate that asked us, that was a quality candidate, asked about the 4-day work week. They asked about vacations. We had at one time 6 very good qualified individuals. 4 have now dropped out, and we're down to 2. It is getting more difficult every day for us to get more employees. And so it is a highly competitive market out there. I know of other municipalities that are suffering through this challenge and have had to go back out to market multiple times to get an employee. So it is a very big challenge. A lot of what, and council will recall, we had quite a discussion about pay some time ago when we were doing our budget and when we were talking about the salary adjustments. What staff recommended was don't go to the highest level of salary because we wanted to look at more work-life balance, which is what we are proposing here. A lot of these items that are here don't actually have a lot of cost. We can have people go off on vacation, but in our types of jobs, what they tend to do is they work harder and longer before they go on vacation. And I speak from experience, and so does the rest of my team around here. And we work harder and longer when we come back. So the work still gets done. So a bunch of these items don't cost a lot, but they differentiate us from some of the other people out there looking for employers, or looking for employees. So that's, this is what we're recommending is we'd like to not be at the highest pay grid in comparison to some of our competitors, but we'd like to be in the game financially and as a package of employment have a bunch of these items that we think differentiates us.
I can also comment that it's not just higher level positions. So, department heads or management levels that we're finding hard to attract. It's our everyday positions. We had myself and a department head processing payroll for a number of months because that position, we were finding a lot of offers were being rejected based off of items that are in this report. So work-life balance, vacation time, other types of just their total compensation at their existing employer. They went with our offer, their employer matched it or increased it. So we got ourselves into a position where we probably had 4 or 5 rounds of interviews where all of the qualified candidates were able to negotiate to stay with their current employer because we couldn't come up to what they were asking for.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens?
So I'm going to put us back on track, and I'm going to go to the 4 that we, as a council, should be considering, if that's okay. So number 4 for sick days, I fully agree. I think that it should go to unlimited. I've heard what staff has brought to us, and I think that we should be going to the unlimited. Closing town hall, I think it should be at Christmas. Let's close it. For those 2 days, I don't think it's going to matter if we're open for 2 days. Let's give that time to our staff and their families to be at home. The condensed work week, I am all for that. I think that it is a win-win situation, as our CAO has said. Not only do we get longer work hours for us, but everybody gets to win, and they get to have more time with their family. As far as the council-staff relationship, I fully agree that we should be adding to our policy that we should be respectful, but I would like to go one step further. I think that we should be respectful of each other. It's not just about council being respectful of all of our staff. I think that it needs to go both ways, and that staff need to be respectful of each other and of council as well. So I propose that we kind of look at that one a little bit further and have it so that there is a clause for everyone. And this goes for social media. I don't know how many times I've seen staff members or councillors that have posted something about, and I'm not talking right now, it might have been in the past, talking about something, a decision that was made or something that's happening in the town. We all work as one team. If we don't have everyone working as a team, then we're not. And we're fighting against each other, and there's no sense to that. If somebody is unhappy with something, that is what our CAO and our HR department is for, and we need to go to them, and we need to vent, and we need to talk about it, and then have some kind of a reconciliation process, and I'm putting that out to the CAO and the HR department to figure that out. But I don't want to just see it that it's council needs to be respecting staff. I think that it needs to go all the way around. Staff respecting staff, council respecting staff, and staff respecting council. So that's my thoughts on those four things. I fully support this document. This is an amazing document. You've put a lot of time. Thank you, Monique, for your time at the last council meeting, and we never got to you. Thank you for being here tonight. You have time with your own family that you're giving up for us, and you're on mat leave. And I don't think people realize that when you're on mat leave, you don't really want to be thinking about all this stuff, but your dedication to this town is very much noticed, and I want to thank you for that. So I'll leave it that way.
I guess the question I would have for staff then, in terms of number 15, I would guess maybe procedures already cover staff-to-staff relationships, and I took this as there's a gap in what we might need to address, and I would like to see this put into the code of conduct more as like a, again, like something that can be promoted to staff to make sure they're aware that that's the expectation, and that council can be held accountable. So I don't know if staff want to speak to that, but I would hope our policies already address some of what Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens had suggested.
It certainly does address some of it, and we can review our staff policies, specifically too about posting. I think some of it will be in there, but it doesn't hurt for us to check to see if that needs refreshing. Yes, one of the things that we are trying to shoot at here is that we know of some municipalities that have had bad council-staff relations, and we're literally, I'm going to be blunt about it, we're trying to poach from those individuals. And I think you'll hear later on from me tonight that, you know, we have a good reputation across southwestern Ontario, and we'd like to keep it, and we'd like to make sure. So I think council's already benefiting from that, so let's continue that. But it's not, it is true to say that it should be in all ways, so we would review that and make sure that that is the case.
Any other questions or comments?
For 15 or for the report in general?
In general, Mayor Petrie, do you want to go ahead and then?
Yeah. Yes, I'm supportive of everything in this. I think that we give staff have done the homework. We need to give them a chance. Like I said, a lot of these they're coming to us at the right time of year because they're thinking about this for budget presentation, how it's going to affect the budget, so they can do the research in time to have those presentations for us during the budget process. So I think a lot of them are, let's see where they're at. If we can implement them, if they're low cost, let's do that. And then the ones that need a little bit more time, let's give staff the direction to go ahead and explore them a little bit more. We're not committing anything on those, but we don't know what's going to come out, and we don't want to spend time on until they get the direction. So we do have to bring them lots of time to do that before the budget season, and I'm extremely supportive of that.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Any other questions? Councillor Yu?
Yeah, I've got a few other So, number one, great opportunity to do that for sure. Number two, the students in turns co-ops, perfect. Yeah, let's make that happen. You have it set up that the parking is to look at after the report is brought in. Number four, I've already discussed that. I think we should maintain the status quo, seeing that we are starting to give holidays out through negotiation and through, it's suggested through the Christmas break. Number five, will we have staff on call if there is an issue or somebody needs to talk with somebody at the town hall?
Yes, the majority of the people that need to be on call and answer stuff are not town hall employees, but more of our public works and those and community center stuff, and they have different hours for Christmas vacation. You know, I mean, as you know, I'm on call at all times, and so if there was to be something, and as you know, if there's something that happens after hours, it's usually not me that does it. I'm usually contacting someone to deal with something, so
Right.
it would be the same that way.
Okay. And my other comment on that is also too is, can we, if we choose to move ahead with the Christmas, New Year break, can that be highlighted and if somebody's asking for 3 weeks, you can give them 3 other days or 2 other days to make up that 3 weeks because you have Christmas off. If not, we're just, again, giving more time off paid.
So if I can comment on that, so I do already, so I let new hires know that we offer additional statutory holidays than required anyway. So that is, I cannot not let you guys know that. So we do offer more. But in terms of closing between Christmas and New Year's, we're essentially having those staff use 2 of their vacation days. So we currently offer 2 weeks plus 2 floater days. The staff would be advised that those 2 floater days are intended to be used during the break between Christmas and New Year's. So it wouldn't be any additional. It's just allowing us to not open our doors and let everyone use 2 vacation days during that period.
So yeah, it's not additional days, it's just a way we're allotting them. And what we're finding is most municipalities are closed between Christmas and New Year's, so it's something we're trying to keep up. Again, it's one of those decisions where they're like, oh, but you know, the place I work now is closed between Christmas and New Year's, so I'm gonna stay there, so.
Right now, we kind of run a skeleton crew, so we have 1 or 2 people from every department in order to keep town hall open. Those are generally speaking our newer staff. So this is a way to sort of allow everyone to enjoy that time off and not have 1 or 2 people operating town hall for those 2 days.
Thank you.
Councillor Hallerow, sure.
Councillor Hallerow?
Everything seems okay, but question I have is, what is the regular request from town hall within those 2 days? Is it something significant, say from our business community downtown, or is it something negligible that we're able to say we can? Because I want to know what the impact is to small business.
Yeah, I would say I've worked those 2 days. I've come in and worked the front counter, having no knowledge of any of the departments besides human resources, because there's so few people that come in. I would say across the 2 days, and Michael and other department heads can comment, I would say there's less than a handful of people that come in every time, and every time they come in, they say, oh, I didn't realize that it was open. So I don't think that there's much of an expectation from the community that we're open, and not much, not many people who come in those days.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I have some more. So that's the Christmas. So 6, we already discussed that. 7, an increase in some of the benefits. Definitely, there is going to be an increase in cost that we pay on that. But at the same time, you've also suggested that you bring that back at a later date, which is okay. I'd like to see dollar-wise on that. And then number 8, a condensed work week. Everybody seems to, many municipalities seem to be moving towards that. I get that, and it is a big draw for certain employees that we're looking to bring on. So basically, they would be working a 4-hour day, or sorry, a 10-hour day, 4 days a week, correct?
No, because we work a 35-hour week.
Okay.
Do you want to, sorry, Monique, did you want to explain the breakdown?
Yeah. So basically, right now we offer staff 1 hour unpaid for their lunch, and then they work 8:30 to 4:30. So essentially, we would then, in order for this to work, it would be a longer day, somewhere between like 7:45 straight through until 5, or shortly after 5. With a half-hour lunch instead. So we're having more coverage, especially around that lunchtime period when staff or when people are on break from their work, looking to gain services at Town Hall, and also allowing us to be open earlier before work and later after work. So they would essentially work their 35 hours over 4 days, but we would be open the 5 days. So it would be up to the department heads to ensure that they don't have, say, all of their staff taking Mondays off or all of their staff taking Fridays off. We would need to ensure that there's still adequate staffing levels all 5 days of the week, and working longer days and shorter lunches.
So, sorry, so the biggest part of that is going to be a half-hour lunch and unpaid lunch instead of an hour paid. Okay, that makes sense. Now, the regular breaks, they're allowed 2 15-minute breaks throughout the day. Will that give them a longer break, paid break, or still just 2 15-minute breaks?
Just the 2 15.
Yeah, what a lot of municipalities do, like if you look at Zora, I think they're 8 till 5 or something, and so they take a half hour for lunch, they've added another hour, and then they get rid of one of the breaks in between, and and that's how they break it down. And a lot of municipalities are looking at this because a lot of municipalities are the 35-hour work week, so it's a lot easier to squeeze that into 4 days a week, but you are extending your customer service hours at your town hall to do that. So that's one of the advantages, and that's one of the ways that this is a bit of a win-win, is it gives you that opportunity. So that's really how most municipalities break it down.
Okay.
Mayor Petrie?
So this is where this dovetails nice with the unlimited sick days. So unlimited sick days, UTRCA already does unlimited sick days. The average use is between 3 and 4. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I got unlimited, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use all of them because no one can get me in trouble. Well, that's not the case. Most people, the psychology behind it is because you don't know where the threshold is, you're more likely to use less of them. And if you do need them, you're not going to have to worry about actually, you're going to stay home if you're sick and make sure that you're coming home back to work. The nice thing about a 4-day work week, for those who can take advantage of it with the town, due to their positions, is that you have a day off during the week. So it allows you to do things. It allows you to do things during that day. If you're not feeling well, okay, maybe you're not going to use as much sick days because you get sick on a Friday. You know, you're not going to be back in. You have an extra day to recover during the weekend. You have all these opportunities. You're going to be using less vacation. Vacation allotment isn't as important anymore because, okay, if I'm off for 3 days at a time, I can take that extra long weekend. And maybe if it's a long weekend, you're taking 4 days off. So you're actually getting way more vacation time this way. And so it's just stacks up upon each other where the work gets done, but people have a way better work-life balance where they need to be. We all heard the importance of having sick days off during the pandemic, and we want to make sure that staff can stay home if they need to. But the evidence is not that people abuse it. It's the exact opposite, is that people value that opportunity and they self-police each other in that, okay, don't wreck this for us because it's a great opportunity that if you need it, it's there. But if you don't need it, then let's come to work and get the job done. And because you have those other options where, okay, I'm only working 4 days, I have the vacation to be able to use as well. And so it makes sure that you can do those other things besides work that are important, but get the job done while you're there.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. I completely agree. I think a lot of these policies are not just about what the offering is, but a demonstration of trust with the employee is just as important. So I think these are all really great recommendations. I just have one more question, and I think we might be ready for the motion, I hope. So in terms of reviewing the part-time staff retention review, part-time staff, I'm guessing, are maybe the higher turnover and what become harder to fill. That's just an assumption I'm making. So as part of that review, are staff considering something along the lines of a living wage policy, or what might you look at in terms of that retention?
Yes, if council directed us, because that's one of the ones that we would be identifying and doing a report on that would come back to council before budget. If council asked us to look at those numbers, we would be willing to put that into part of the report.
Yeah, I think just to touch base, obviously, I've listed some in the report of ways that we could help with retention. So crossing guards, for instance, we have a number of them who don't work very many hours. So they work a half an hour once a day, for instance, and maybe even only 3 days out of the week or 2 days out of the week. So to ask them upfront to pay the $41 for their criminal background check does pose a lot of challenges, and they either can't afford it or it's a deterrent for them. So some of those things are things that we would like to look at in terms of attracting staff. The other one is previously we did offer, so before minimum wage went up, we used to offer an incentive for returning students, so a monetary incentive, whether it was 25 cents or 50 cents, $1, for each subsequent year that they return back to us, in order for us to minimize our training costs and have returning students. So that may be something else that we look at in terms of an incentive to get some of our summer students to come back each year.
Thank you. Mayor Petrie?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just on the returning summer students, what's the process now? Do they have to go through the same hiring process now, or are they just pre-accepted back?
No, so they do have to reapply and go through the interview process each year.
Okay.
So there's
Is that
no
something
sort of-
staff would be willing to look at to try to cut down on your administrative? Again, that's something UTRCA is looking at because they like, they've already had those trainings, so it's always good to get people back. This is suggesting to maybe look at that and see what could be done, and creates less work. I'm sure the part-time staff are most of your workload on a recurring basis, so maybe that could be an incentive as well.
Definitely something to look at. Potentially having a policy regarding eligibility for rehire. So still giving the managers of our students the opportunity to not be told that somebody's coming back, say if there was an issue with attendance or performance or something along those lines. But certainly it would alleviate a lot of administrative processes to have staff return back. There are some, not necessarily summer student positions, but temporary layoffs. So some of our arena staff, they get their employment ends when the arena closes. And we do reach out to them to see if they're interested in coming back, because it is such a niche set of skills that's required for those positions, and a quick turnaround that we usually need once we know that the ice is going in. So some of those we do, but we could definitely broaden it to include summer students to alleviate some of that.
Excellent. I think their policy is based off satisfactory exit interviews and stuff like that. To be able, sure.
Councillor Halleru?
Just to add to what Mayor Brian saying through you, Deputy Mayor, I think it's very important to, in this case, consider referral bonuses when you're talking about young and, skilled staff. And you're having an issue where sometimes you don't want to call them back because they're not the best, maybe in attendance or in work ethic. You can actually use the whole referral bonus idea. First, the person referring has to have credibility. The manager knows that they're worth, their job, and they know what they're saying, and they have a chance to recommend someone. So instead of one person coming back, they could actually be bringing another person back. And that's kind of how we incentivize them with money. It's done in every company, like from $50 to $100 to $300, like depends on what is that niche referral bonuses work probably the best in this case scenario, and I think that's worth looking at as a policy.
Thank you. I just want to circle back to the question around living wage. I'm wondering if staff, regional living wage being about 1805, how close would we be to that? And would staff see any merit in being able to use that as a promotional tool and give a competitive advantage to be able to say that municipality is a living wage employer?
So I can comment on this. It feels like as minimum wage continues to increase every October, we are continuing to adjust our bottom pay grid by 1 or 2 levels. So our lowest 2 pay bands, we've had to adjust this year in order to ensure that they were above minimum wage. So we are very close to minimum wage. And again, we will have to do this for October 1st. We'll have to adjust at least our bottom band because it is currently starting below what the projected or what the anticipated minimum wage will go to for October 1st. So we are not very close to the $18. It would have quite a significant impact to our budget to implement something like that, but not impossible, and something that we can definitely look at. But we have quite a few positions currently that are paid under that.
And further to that, for us to be able to put together a report, we'd have to look at the full analysis. And because we have a pay grid and you adjust those bottom ones, that we've been struggling with this already, it impacts the rest of the grid. So what that cost would be is really hard to ballpark, because it's not just how many employees and what the hourly wage is, it's what impacts that has on the whole pay grid. But if that's something council directs us to do, this is one of those items that we're intending to evaluate and bring forward in a subsequent meeting and a subsequent budget. So we could do that analysis to tell you what that number is. So it's a little hard to sort of even ballpark that at this point, but that's something Monique and I could do.
Any further questions? Are we ready for the motion, Councillor?
I have one more, and it's just a quick comment, and I know it'll be an easy answer. Number 10, I know we already said that we were all improving on that. So on number 10, if we're already doing above the ESA requirements, why are we looking at bumping it up even higher? That's all.
10 was vacation?
No, 10 was the graceful and respectful exiting of staff.
To be honest, that suggestion is more about how we help them transition than it is about ESA. Maybe Monique can speak to that more, but
So
it's more about how we help them transition, help them actually move to another job, get career joy, to do resume assistance and all that stuff is more what that was suggestion is about. But yeah, I'll let Monique.
Yeah. So in the, I guess, recent exiting of some of our staff, we have gone ahead and offered this, as this was, as the financial impact of this is less than legal would be. So lawyers' time and things like that. And it's generally speaking, it shows good faith on our part as an employer that despite the fact that the relationship is ending, that we still value the service that they provided to us, that we want to help them to get back onto their feet rather than having sort of a negative interaction, which generally speaking leads to wrongful terminations or other types of legal disputes. So we're trying to do our best to show our staff that despite the fact that the relationship is ending, here is what we're able to offer to you as a way to reduce the number of claims that we get against us.
Yeah, and that's what I would, so we currently offer more than ESA minimums when we have to do something like that. We're not proposing to make it any higher than what we currently do, but when we do that, we're looking at case law that's out there to try to figure out, okay, at what point are we gonna have a wrongful dismissal case or something? So we could go with just ESA and take the risk, but then quite often we end up paying more and we end up paying lawyers to pay more. So that's what we currently do. We're not suggesting in this one that we up that anymore. We're more talking about offering them other assistance that's relatively minor in costs that will also make them less likely to, because then we can say, well, hey, we not only offered you this, we gave you this as well, and it would come with a sign off that they're not going to sue us for wrongful dismissal. So it's a way of minimizing those impacts.
So if you have been doing it on the last couple, or I should say currently using this type of policy, what is the actual cost per released employee?
So depending on the package that we use, there's some that have one-to-one counseling sessions where they can help them to find a new career path or find so there's a number of different categories. They're anywhere between $500 or $600 and $1,200 for the most advanced package. And depending on the employee and their either skills or their tenure with us, may allow us the flexibility of opting which package we would offer to them.
So, and if I could further on this one, this is one of those ones that we do currently on a case-by-case basis. And I'm sorry, my mic is not. This is one we currently offer on a case-by-case basis, and we really normally kind of handle that in our current budget. As council knows, this is really rare. This doesn't come up very often, and probably sort of going to be less in the future because, so it is, and then because we usually have a transition period, we can handle that in that current budget anyway. So it's more of a package to ensure that we're doing the right things for that employee, but it is a respectful thing for those employees as well. We're not, we're being respectful even in the worst of times.
Mayor Petrie?
Yeah, I see this as like the cradle to the grave, for back of a better term, is that we want to treat everybody with respect when we're hiring, when they're working here, and also when they leave. And this is a way for staff to do that, to ensure that people are leaving the organization, have the resources to make sure that they're available for a different opportunity. We've all been in with jobs that it's just like, okay, this is not a good fit. And so maybe it is better to head down the road and have those resources provided to make sure that you're successful and that you can really choose the next opportunity that's best for you. So again, I think it is a thing that would be super rare. I'm glad that staff has kind of piloted it already, but you want to make it a tool that's readily available to you. So I think that given the amount that it would actually be used, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Wonderful. Thank you for staff being so patient as we work through that. Councillor Hughes, are you ready to move your motion?
I do have a motion. I just want to clarify the motion. So as stated earlier, item number 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Everybody's okay with, that's what it says here. And so that leaves, okay, I'll read the motion and we'll defeat it from there or approve it from there. That the council, moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives staff report A-004-23 as information, and that staff be directed to continue to implement options 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as contained in the report. And further, that staff be directed to conduct research and bring forward information for consideration in the 2024 budget or at a future meeting of council as a part of the report related to options 3, 6, 7, and 9 as contained in the report. And further, that council, here we go, defer initiatives 4, 5, 8, and 15.
Why do you want to defer?
Well,
Do we have a seconder?
So Councillor
Halleroo
Halleroo
is the second.
is on the
Okay.
report.
You want to speak to that?
Discussion, or would you like to speak to it?
Well, basically number 4, 5.
Sorry, could I just interject? Councillor Hallerud, do you still second that motion with the options that have been presented?
Sorry, you're
you're
muted,
muted.
Councillor Halleroo.
Sorry. As I understand, we already agreed to go ahead with 4, 5, 8, and 15.
So I think we'll just vote on the motion and,
Yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers here of the questions that I had earlier.
Yeah.
The only one that I really have a problem with is number 4, which is the sick day. Number 5, I don't have a problem with. Number 8, condensed work week, I agree with that. And number 15, which is council staff relationship. So those 3 items, like I said, number 4 is really the only one that I have an issue with in regards to the sick days.
so Councillor Halleroo, do you second?
Yeah. No, because Councillor I had initially had that disagreement, but she's explained that it's an unlimited nature for that sick day anyways, and they take it regardless, even if it's not.
So if there's no seconder for the motion, it may be defeated. Is there a seconder for the motion, which was to defer 4, 5, 8, and 15?
No, not for me.
So that's defeated.
No seconder, it's all good.
Mayor Petrie?
I'll make the following motion.
Please, thank you.
Let's get there. Move by myself that the council of the corporation of the town of Ingersoll receive staff report A-004-23 as information, that staff be directed to continue to implement options 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as contained in the report, and further that staff be directed to conduct research and bring forward information for consideration in 2024 budget or at a future meeting of council as part of a report related to options 3, 6, 7, and 9 contained in the report, and further that council approve initiatives 4, 5, 8, and 15, and further that staff be directed to investigate the needs for options to provide for the needs and options to provide a child care option for staff members, and the report be brought back to inform the 2024 budget deliberations, and further that staff look into the implementing a living wage increase and report back for the 2024 budget deliberations as well.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens? Okay, Mayor Petrie, do you want to speak to that?
I certainly do. So I agree with all the initiatives. The one, I added the one on there that Deputy Mayor brought up. I don't think there's any harm in whatsoever in seeing what the implications would be, now that I've remembered the word implications, towards what that would be, and just for us to have that information, and we can talk about that during budget deliberations. The other one is I'd really like to know if current staff, or if there's a need for childcare options, and again, what that could be to add to the picture as well. I know some of our neighbors are beginning to supply that as a way for work-life balance. And so again, just a report back for budget deliberations time to see what the need is and what the options would be for that moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Did anybody else wish to speak to the motion?
I'll
Councillor
speak briefly
Hughes?
to it. I agree with the motion except for that number 4. That's a stickler for me. However, I will support it so it does get unanimous consent.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Perfect. I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we're moving to the next staff report here. Staff report B-005-23. Sorry, I'm just checking.
It's
Fence variance.
fence variance. Yep. So fence variance is,
Sorry,
by
Counselor
myself.
Halleru, I think
Yeah,
staff are going to,
yes.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The application before council tonight is for an exemption to fence and boundaries bylaw 13-4. Forgive me. I didn't have my mic on. The application before council tonight is for an exemption to the fence and boundaries bylaw 13-4720. It's being brought to council on behalf of 404 Wellington Street. Brief history on this: 404 Wellington Street is corner lot. The lot size approximately 66 feet along Wellington and 133 feet along Pine Street. The owners are seeking to erect a 49-foot, 15-meter, 6-foot-high fence directly on the exterior side yard lot line abutting Pine Street, adjacent to the rear portion of the property. The bylaw Part 3 line fence section 3.7F states no person shall erect or maintain a fence on a corner lot in the residential zone that exceeds 0.6 meters, 2 feet in height, if less than 1.5 meters or 5 feet from the exterior side lot line. So if you're erecting directly on the lot line, you cannot exceed 2 feet. So after review of the bylaw, the intent of this section of the bylaw is to ensure that vehicles along intersecting streets at the corner of the property and abutting driveways have adequate line of sight, which are commonly referred to as a corner visibility triangle and the driveway visibility triangle. The corner visibility triangle is restricted to an area set back from the corner of the lot, a distance of 9 meters in both directions at the intersecting streets. And the driveway visibility triangle is restricted to an area set back a distance of 4.5 meters along the sides of the driveway and 4.5 meters along the street on both sides of the driveway. The construction of the 6-foot-high fence as proposed does not appear to be in conflict with the intent of the bylaw, and I'll be supporting the application.
Thank you. In order to keep things moving, we have a recommendation from staff. Councillor Halleru, would you be prepared to move your motion?
I'll move by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report B005-23 as information, and that Council approve the requested variance to the bylaw 13-4720 to allow the owners of 404 Wellington Street to erect a 6-foot-high fence directly on the exterior side yard lot, line Button Pine Street, adjacent to the rear yard portion of the property.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question.
Sure, Councillor Halleru.
So we just heard building inspector talk about the line of sight. So is that not a concern here for the corner lot?
No, not in this particular case. The location of the fence in the back portion along Pine Street is to occupy an area that's 15 meters or 49 feet. The actual length of the property along Pine Street is 133 feet. The fence that they're proposing is located entirely in the back portion of the lot and does not impact in any way on the driveway or the corner lot visibilities.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. We're moving on to the next report here, electric vehicle parking spaces report. And I think we're going to move right through to the motion, if everyone's comfortable with that. That would be Councillor Hudson's motion.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kootenbossens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-011-23 as information, and that Council approve that the specified additions relating to electric vehicle charging stations be added to both Schedule F and Schedule B of Traffic and Parking Bylaw 06-4327 as identified in attached bylaw 23-5255, and further that the updated consolidated traffic and parking bylaw be circulated to the town by law enforcement officers in the Ingersoll detachment of the OPP.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? Wonderful. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. So we've come to the committee appointment report here, but I'm going to move that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll, in accordance with Section 7.1.3 of the Procedure Bylaw, amend consideration of the order of business contained on the agenda and approve Report C-012-23 to be considered following all of the staff reports and all of the staff reports. Reason being, if council does choose to go into close, we could move that to the end of the discussion. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Van Kootenbossens. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So that moves us to the consideration of the report for the Ingersoll Community Garden, and for that, we'll just move right to the motion as well. So that is, oh boy. Me? Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Helleroux, that the report C-013-23 be received by the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll as information, and that the council direct that the plot of land located on Charles and Wanham Street South be approved for use as a community garden for the 2023 planting season, and that council direct staff to enter into a lease agreement with the Kiwanis Club of Ingersoll with transition to less waste, I'll get it, as a subleasee for the duration of the season.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So we're moving to the next report here, Creative Arts Center Sidewalks.
Yep. So moved by my,
Oh, sorry, I think we will have a bit of staff information here, if that's okay. Thank you.
Turn this one over to our interim Director of Community Services to give a report.
Great, thank you. With some feedback that staff has received, we would like to propose an amendment to the recommendation so that in accordance with the procurement policy, staff be directed to obtain 3 quotes to replace the sidewalk at the Creative Arts Center with a maximum budget of $13,325 plus HST to be funded from Parks and Facilities Reserve. We do know we want to get this work done as quickly as we can. We want to make sure that we're adhering to the purchasing policy as well. So as we speak, I know that the manager of operations is gathering some of those other quotes so that we can compare that and get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councillor Helleroux, are you prepared to move that motion? You're on mute.
thank you. For you, moved by myself, Councillor Helleroux, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report CS-006-23 as information, and that in accordance with the procurement policy, staff be directed to obtain 3 quotes to replace the sidewalk at the Creative Arts Center with a maximum budget of $13,325 plus HST to be financed from the Parks and Facilities Reserve.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. I believe this may be Michelle again, moving to the Canada Day fireworks.
I don't have any questions, or don't have any remarks unless council has any questions with respect to this. This matter was actually brought forward during budget deliberations, so staff is just bringing forward some options for council's consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for staff on the report? Councillor Hudson?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives staff report CS-007-23 as information, and that a Canada Day fireworks display be procured for July 1st with the amount not to exceed $10,000, not including taxes, and further that this amount be financed from the 2022 surplus funds, and that the staff prepare a report on the difference between silent versus regular fireworks and the financial implications of this.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens?
If I can speak to that, Councillor Hudson and I had a quick conversation. We've received a couple of letters from the public in regards to possibly not doing them or going with what they would call a silent firework. And it does actually exist. I looked it up, and it still gives a boom. It is at a lesser decibel. We are already not sure if we are going to be able to have this procurement. So if we can, let's do it, and let's look into this for next year. I've also read from two different communities where the cost was very prohibitive to be able to look at silent fireworks in that respect. So that's why when I was talking with Councillor Hudson, that I said, let's look at this for next year. For this year, if we're able to book it, let's book it. We had talked about it at budget, and we really wanted to try to do that this year. So council was on board for it this year. And we're not disregarding what we're hearing in the public. We are going to go and get more information, and there just isn't enough time to get that information and book it at this point this year. So I hope that the people in the town know that we are listening, but we have to move on this if we're going to have anything at all. So that was the reasoning for going which way we were going.
Thank you. Councillor Halleru?
I think in addition to that, it is possible to perhaps maybe look at locations and maybe access to where people could maybe go to enjoy it rather than be in the vicinity of where people are showing concern. I think there's a lot that we can put in through to that thinking so that we can have a celebration but not really be as impactful as some people are concerned about. So again, like she's rightly said, planning for next year may really go well with making sure we take almost everything into consideration. And hopefully this year we're able to just kind of, get all the data.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Oh, Mayor Petrie?
Yes, I'm supportive of this if we can get it done. I thought there was going to be a lot more money, to tell you the truth. And I hear the comments in the community, and it certainly sounds like we're going to look at those and see what can be done. The only thing I would put out there is if this is going forward, I'd love to contact the different service clubs and see what else they can be a part of, and see if we can make this just not fireworks, but a great community event where they can all benefit as well, and get people out and really have a good party.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Moving on to our next staff report here, camping in Centennial Park. Mr. Ty, do you mind speaking to this before we go?
Sure. So basically, this camping has been operating on a regular basis for years now, and it's been sort of operating on the honor system. Folks are expected to pay $15 a night, but there aren't any policies or systems in place to ensure that they've paid, and when they're to depart, et cetera. With the VPCC and the museum implementing Booking, staff thought it might be a good opportunity to gauge council's interest in camping in Centennial Park, whether they want to permit it. So we've outlined a few options in the report. One is to continue offering camping as it is now, status quo. The second would be to not allow camping in Centennial Park. The third would be to establish clear policies, regulate and promote camping in Centennial Park, or a combination of those. Staff intend to bring a bylaw back to the next meeting based on the discussion tonight, and we can also bring a subsequent report should it be required. But basically just wanting to gauge council's interest in camping, whether you want to continue to offer it, whether you think we should be promoting it more, establishing more clear policies, including it in Booking so that we can actually offer reservations. Just wanted to have the discussion with council. So I'll open it up to any questions that council may have.
Mayor Petrie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. I'll give my version of the option. I think that this has been a nice service that the town's provided, but I think it does need to be updated and regulated more. I've had some people try to take advantage of it, and really the fee is way behind what anybody else would offer. And so there's some resources there that need to be put in place, but I think that it can be modernized and be successful still, and still have a nice little area. It does attract tourists to the area who like to enjoy the town, stay maybe while they're transitioning. So I think there's value there, and I'd be supportive of just redoing the regulations and making sure that they're up to date.
Councillor Hallerue?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So one of the things that we have very special about the town of Ingersoll is our strategic location, and sometimes we don't realize what we really have. I think it's something that we could both offer and control at the same time, because bear in mind, we've got families around the parks there that like to use it as well. I think if we had a policy in place where we had blocks of times that we reserve for camping, and actually added that as a tourist attraction that we deliberately promote, so that we can get full bookings in those times, kind of celebrate those camping opportunities that we provide, that we could actually take advantage of it. It adds another layer to our tourist attraction, but then we are able to regulate it for blocks of times. I know towns and cities that do that, and it just becomes almost like a carnival or a festival, but you can regulate it that way, so it's not just a blanket open system, and families can still enjoy with young kids, coming through and doing what they have to do. So I think it's really time for us to have a real concrete strategy about what we'd like to see and when.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, are you ready for a motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wesson. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report ED-006-23 as information, and that Council selects option C outlined in this report, and that within that report, that fees are brought forward for serviced and unserviced sites, recommendations of a tag system, and that costs of upgrades to the electrical system, and further that Council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to this effect at the next Council meeting.
Thank you. The seconder is
Councillor Hughes.
Wonderful. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I just ask for some clarification?
Yes.
So you want a report to come back, and that's when the discussion will happen around the fees, or do you want to have that discussion tonight so that we can include that?
I'm going to say at the next council meeting.
Yeah, I wrote it to have it come back, so.
So just timing is my only concern, because we're into the camping season pretty much by the time we come to the next council meeting. Just the start. So if we get direction from council on the price and things like that tonight, then we can start promoting it. Otherwise, if you want to wait, that's fine. We'll deal with that, but
Do I hear $10?
Well, if I'll speak to it, how's that sound? So my thought is that we really need to be a bit more competitive. Like what we're charging right now is not acceptable. It's really cheap, and that's great, but I think that we should be, we're not a conservation area, so I don't think we can go that high, but I'm not exactly sure what price, but I think that if you look at what is around us and you could bring that back, does that?
I can bring a report back to the next council meeting for consideration.
Or the other option is to adopt like the Upper Thames fees and mimic those for this year.
It's quite a
That
jump.
suits me. Would you support that? Okay, so I'll
I'd like
put
to
an
give
amendment
credit
to this
to Councillor
motion.
Hudson for that suggestion. So I made it look like it was mine, but it was not.
Oh, you're trying to steal. Okay, so serviced and unserviced sites, as per Upper Thames,
UTRCA.
yeah. Fees that they charge. Will that be satisfactory? You'll know what that means? Okay. So it's a little messier now, sorry. But it's all written down.
Okay. So any discussion on you had a Councillor Hughes is okay with the amendment. Sorry. So any discussion on the amendment, which is including the fee to align with the Upper Thames? So I'll put that to a vote. All in favor on the amendment? Oh, sorry, Mayor Petrie, did you have a question or are you?
No, I just want to know if staff was like aware and comfortable with the fees that they charge, or.
And how much is the fee? I didn't hear the fee itself.
It's referring to the fees outlined the fees outlined in the report. Curtis, do you mind?
Oh, the conservation one?
Yeah, so like currently $15 a night is charged. The fees that were outlined in the report were a reservation fee of $15, a change fee of $15, cancellation fee of $25, daily electric site is $53, additional vehicle is $15. So that's what the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority charges. So we thought that was sort of similar to what we would be offering. It's quite a jump from the $15 per night. But it seems in line with where the market is. So staff are comfortable with that. We haven't necessarily kept statistics of how many campers have been camping there. It's been just sort of a drop in, oh, there's a trailer there today sort of thing. But we can certainly monitor it this year, especially with the software. We'll be able to give you accurate statistics and say this many people camped here, or we can say, we can also bring a report back if no one's booking at those rates. We can bring a report back to council to modify that. So we can gauge it, we can see how it goes. It's quite a jump from the $15, but we can see how it goes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. All in favor of the amendment? None opposed, amendment's carried. Back to the initial motion, any discussion on that? All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. So our next report here was withdrawn. Mr. Tai, do you mind?
Just to update council, unfortunately, we received word from the province today that the project that we were proposing did not fit the criteria for the grant. So staff will continue to look for grants that would assist with a new ramp, and we'll report back to council when one comes available. But unfortunately, we didn't qualify for this particular grant.
Thank you. So that moves us to staff report on the leaf vacuum tender.
So we went out to tender for a leaf vacuum. We got 2 tenders in. Both of them are very close in price, but one is unable to be delivered until almost a year from now. That company does have an alternative vehicle, but it doesn't meet the needs of what we require. So this report is essentially asking council to go with not the lowest tender so that we can get it in a timely fashion, use it for this year's leaf collection.
Thank you. Councillor Hallerue, are you prepared to move your motion?
Thank you. Yes, through you, moved by myself, Councillor Hallerue, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report 0P-007-23 as information, and that Council direct the Public Works Department does not accept the lowest tendered bid by Convoy Equipment due to anticipated January 15, 2024 delivery date, which would be too late for the 2023 leaf collection season. And that further that, Council direct that the Public Works Department accept the bid from GC Duke despite it costing $1,090.50 more than the lowest bid.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Hughes?
Just want some clarification on the numbers. I see here GC Duke up in the background. The difference in cost says $1,059.50 more due to the fact that we received delivery of the equipment before 2023 leaf season, and then in the recommendation it says $1,090.50. I know it's only a $37 difference, but
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I know the person that made that change, and they were completely wrong when they typed that in there, so, yeah, I think that's a typographical error on my part, so it should be 1,059 is the difference. So you just saved us some money.
So much for going on your paycheck, eh?
Any other discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Moving along to the next one here, the sidewalk machine tender.
So again, we went out to tender for these 2 vehicles, and the one vehicle is slightly higher in cost at the front end, but we believe it's going to save us money on repair costs at the back end. As well, when we contacted other municipalities to get reviews of the various equipment, the trackless vehicle came in significantly better on the reviews. The reviews for the other vehicle were not very good, and they appeared to have quite a few repairs. And since those repairs were more costly, we felt that was a big concern. So again, we're recommending the not lowest bid, although there's not a great deal of difference between these 2. We feel the other equipment that's slightly higher will save us money in the long run.
Thank you. Councillor Hudson, are you prepared to move your motion?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kootenbos, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives staff report OP-008-23 as information, and that Council direct that Public Works Department does not accept the lowest tendered bid by Kosher Municipal due to the future cost implications and their ability to meet the crucial requirements as per the tender's specifications, and that Council direct that the Public Works Department accept the bid from Work Equipment Limited, trackless, despite it costing $1,579.34 more than the lowest bid.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. And our last staff report here, the elimination of the vacant unit rebate program.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move that motion, and then we can figure it out. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives staff report T-009-23 titled as information, and that the attached bylaw 23-5254, a bylaw to opt out of the vacant unit rebate program, be approved, and further that staff be directed to lobby the County of Oxford to eliminate the excess vacant land subclasses within the commercial and industrial tax classes within the County of Oxford.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Mayor Petrie?
Thank you. This is one that I think is an important one to bring forward, showing that we are willing to step forward and say that we shouldn't be subsidizing or rewarding people for keeping things vacant. The impact, a lot of the municipalities, as the report says, have taken steps to do this. Impact, when they do evaluations on properties, take vacancy into account, and so really we're double subsidizing since they already are through their impact assessment. And it's a lower tier responsibility to opt in and opt out. So I'm super happy to see this come forward, and certainly we'll be working at the county level to see the changes there that need to happen as well.
Thank you for those comments, Mayor Petrie. I could not agree more. Any other comments? Call the vote. All in favor?
Music to my ears.
None opposed? That's carried. Okay, sure. So we had moved the consideration of a committee appointment report to the end, so that means we are at that point. So if the clerk wouldn't mind getting us into that conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So as you're aware, in the past months, Council has formalized member appointments to its statutory boards and finalized mandates of its advisory committees. So with those established, staff undertook a recruitment campaign to advertise and promote membership on Council's advisory committees to the general public. That campaign is now wrapped up, and Council are being asked to appoint members of the public as well as Council to its committees. So in advance of the meeting, Council received the unredacted applications and resumes of all applicants for consideration. In addition to those applications, Council is being asked to consider reappointing existing members to its committees. All of those individuals who are seeking reappointment, whether they are new applicants or those looking for reappointment, are contained within the staff report with the exception of one individual. So I found out today that one request to be reappointed didn't make its way over to me. That is reappointment to the Primary Care Recruitment and Retention Advisory Committee for Nadia Faka, who is President and CEO of Ingersoll's Alexandra Hospital and Tilsonburg District Memorial Hospital. So we are, of course, recommending that Nadia be added to the list of those who are appointed. And just as a final note, I personally want to thank the community for their interest in Council's advisory committees. It was clear based on the quantity and quality of applicants. We have a number of really passionate residents who want to contribute and give back. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Yeah. Councillor Hallerow?
So it's my first time learning the process, and I just wanted to ask Danielle if the letter, the applicants automatically become a part of it based on the number. How do we know if everyone who applied actually got in and how many actually applied and didn't get in? Are we just seeing the list of only those that applied?
So that is really up to council for them for all of you to decide. So I have provided you with the names of everyone who has applied to every advisory committee. It is now up to council to determine who from that list of individuals they want to appoint. Mayor Petrie? Sorry.
So I just want to know, like, the number, like, it has to be a limited number, right? Per committee?
No, so as an example, for the diversity committee that was just established, in that resolution, council resolved that an unlimited number of members of the public could be appointed to that committee. So again, these are council's committees, so it's really up to all of council to make that determination.
Okay, gotcha.
Mayor Petrie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would love to see the members of council chosen first, and then I will be making a motion to go into closed session. I think so we can have discussion that's open and not just. But I can do that at a later time. But as someone as the mayor, I'm automatically on all committees, so I'm I'm lucky I don't have to participate in this at all, but I would love to know who's interested in what, and I think that might also shape some of the maybe discussions later on as well.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens?
If I may, since I am the mover of this motion, if everybody wanted to say what they were interested in, I will write down names and then we can talk about the number. We obviously can't exceed more than 3 council members. I know that some of the committees, it says that there's 1, but I can think of the one committee that I was a part of last year, the Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment and Retention. There was 3 counselors that were on there. Obviously, we don't want more than 3 because it then puts the factor that we would be in quorum. But I can write down names of who's interested and then we can talk about that if that's the case. Just a way to move things along.
I'll start because I spoke with Councillor Bowman, who would like to be on the Heritage Committee. So seeing as he's not here. Oh, I'm sorry, Museum. Thank you, thank you. And I would be interested in Accessibility and the Diversity Committee.
Accessibility and diversity.
Councillor Halleru. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Of course, Diversity Committee and Accessibility.
Councillor Hudson, do you have?
Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment and Retention Committee.
Councillor Hughes, do you have?
Yes, the Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment Retention Committee and the Heritage Committee, as I'd prefer to be on. And I would consider the Safe Cycling or the Trails or the Trails Committee if we don't have council members to sit in on that.
Which, do you want both or?
Put me down for both, we'll work from there.
Yeah.
And the only one that I'm for sure that I would like to be back on is the Ingersoll Primary Care. But again, would even be willing to split one of those recreation and cycling with you if that's the case, if we don't have anybody else. So,
Sure.
that's everybody. Mayor Peter, you're already on them all. Do you get a vote on that?
Sorry, the only thing I'm going to say is that the most you would be able to have, it says 2 council members, because with myself, the mayor is an ex officio member of all members. So if you have 3 members of council, you're going to be in quorum. You could have the
Can you recuse yourself from the primary care?
the bylaw states that it's ex officio. And so I would,
He can be ex officio at any time, so he can be there at any time, and you can't, and you'd have to change your procedure bylaw to do that, so.
it's not that I want to be, it's just that that's the way it's written. So I just wanted to make sure that council is aware of that.
Okay, then I remove myself from Accessibility because Deputy Mayor said that first.
No, so you're allowed to have, so just to clarify, you are allowed to have 2 members of council on that committee, and then it would be, plus the mayor would be on that committee as well. But we do want to make sure that the town residents have access as well. We don't want to have a majority on there because then they don't have a proper say.
So how did we do it for the last 4 years, if I can ask staff? I'm putting it out
We
to
weren't. Go ahead.
I think the members that, a couple of the council members that were on the committee were never appointed by a bylaw.
No, we were all appointed by bylaw.
I'll have to look into
The
that
primary,
one
yeah,
then.
the physician, the recruitment.
Yep.
There was Deputy Mayor Freeman, myself, and Councillor.
Was
Van
it for
Kooten-Bosens.
specified terms, though? Did you split terms? Oh, I'm not sure then.
Okay. In that case, I will recuse myself from the primary care board so that, well, it is what it is. It's no problem.
I'll split it with you.
If that's the case, that's fine too.
So can I request of staff to look into how we could get around that? I will step away for the first 2 years, and you take on the first 2 years, and then we'll split it that way for right now. But if I could have staff look into that. If the mayor is an ex officio, does he have to have a vote at each one of those in that respect?
I believe the way our definition is written, that it is allow him to have a vote at each of them. So again, would have to be changed if you were going to do that.
And sorry, just to add, I just did a quick check of Robert's rules, since that's what we defer to, and it says ex officio member has all the rights and privileges of the other members.
You take first two.
Do we have coverage on each committee then?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mayor Petrie?
Yeah, sorry, Christy, I know, but I believe we're probably in contravention of our procedure bylaw for the last 4 years, is my interpretation of it.
Well, I would agree with you, but then we need to look at that procedure bylaw, because we have 3 members of council. I mean, you can't attend every single one of them. And so if we have 3 members that are wanting to be on that committee, then I think we should look at the procedure bylaw then, if that's the case. But again, we've got it solved for right now, and we'll do 2 and 2, and yeah. All right, do you want me to move this?
Please.
Essentially, I'm going to move this.
So your motion will just be to appoint council members.
Okay. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-012-23 as information, and that Council appoints the following members to its advisory boards and committee. Council appoints the following council members to its advisory, I gotta rewrite that. Advisory boards and committees. 1, Accessibility Advisory Committee council members, Deputy Mayor Wilson and Councillor Halleru. 2, Ingersoll Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Council members will be Deputy Mayor Wilson and Councillor Halleru. Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment and Retention Committee, Councillor Shannon Hudson for the entire 4 years. Councillor Rick Hughes for the first 2 years, and Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson for the second 2 years. Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee, Councillor Rick Hughes. 5, Ingersoll Recreational Trials. It actually does say trials, just so that you know, it's trails. That's why I said trials. That's on you. Trails Committee, Councillor Hughes. 6, Ingersoll Municipal Heritage Committee, Councillor, I was supposed to change trails to me. Sorry, I apologize. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson. 6, Ingersoll Municipal Heritage Committee, Councillor Hughes. 7, Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum Advisory Committee, Councillor Bowman. And further, that these appointments be approved via the April 11th, 2023 confirmatory bylaw and formalized via a separate appointment bylaw at the next regular meeting of council. Please don't ask me to reread that.
Any discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Mayor Petrie?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion if I could, that we move it, that the council go into closed session meeting in accordance with section 239(2)B, the general nature being the discussion of committee applications, which if disclosed could reveal something personal about the applicant.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor.
Yes, second that. Yeah.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Suggest for ease, we stay here and we'll cut the live broadcast, we'll kick everyone else out.
Okay.
And just, it's just gonna be so much easier than relocating. Are we going to do the Zoom meeting? Are we going to?
Okay.
We'll come back.
The motion's carried. We can end that.
So we're gonna do that, can we do any of the other legal and personnel while we're in there? So we could deal with Ted's?
Are we moving to closed session?
Are we going to take a break?
Can we deal with
So we're back and ready to work away at the committee appointment. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, do you mind the motion?
Absolutely, my pleasure. Apologize. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-01.
Sorry, Councilor Van Kooten-Bosens, could we have your mic on, please? I can't hear you.
What, I don't have a booming enough voice for you? I apologize. That was totally my fault. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-012-23 as information, and that Council appoints the following members to its advisory board and committees. The accessibility committee, we appoint the following: Jonathan Ryan, Amanda Ryan, Tom Leffley, Sarah Zeversanuki, Charlene Molman, Samantha Little, Marilyn McFarland. 2, the Ingersoll Diversity and Inclusion Committee, the following applicants. Oh, how come I got this? Labo East, Patricia Marshall, Mike Mitchell, Rosario Picardo, Samantha Little, and Tricia Sabasar. The Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment and Retention Committee, Krista Weir-Cudney, Elizabeth Allen, Fred Freeman, George Rodriguez, Melanie Everts Rodriguez, Stephanie Nevins, Nadia Faca. The Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee, the following are Sam Horton, Stephanie Gelman, Sandra Lawson, Andrea Zeraldo, Scott Nesbitt, and Fred Freeman. The Ingersoll Recreational Trails Committee, Andrea Zeraldo, Ania Nuns, David Cribbs, Gordon McClelland, Jay White, Patricia Marshall, Tricia Sabasar, Jim Yates, and Fred Freeman. The Ingersoll Municipal Heritage Committee, Laura Van Bommel, Megan Blair, Peter Kratz, Harold Matthews, Tom Mayberry, Sylvia Mayberry, and Charlene Molman. And the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum Advisory Committee, Chris Beecham, Dick Huntley, Debbie Johnston, Dave McKenzie, Gord Lesser, Gordon McClellan, Jay White, Laura Van Bommel, and Michaela Batram. And for the Ingersoll Police Services Board, we appoint Sam Horton as our citizen appointee. And further, that these appointments be approved via the April 11th, 2023 conformatory bylaw and formalized via a separate appointment bylaw at the next regular meeting of council. And no, I'm not repeating that.
Thank you. Mayor Petrie?
Sorry, I need to, can I call for a 2-minute recess so I can talk to the CAO for a sec? I have a procedure question regarding, and I don't want to talk out of turn for closed session if I could.
Do we just,
I'll move that. We have a
Sure.
2-minute recess. I know we're late, but I
That's okay.
just need to clarify something here.
yep, okay, all in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Move to continue past the hour of 11 p.m. as per 20.2 of the procedure bylaw. Oh,
Seconder?
Rick was.
Counselor Hughes, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we will go back to Counselor Van Kootenbos since we don't need to read the motion again, I don't think. But Mayor Petrie?
We can't hear you.
Sorry. I just want to say the motion put forward was not discussed with, was in closed session. I'm not comfortable with what was revised based off how that information was obtained. And so I would like to stick with what was agreed upon in closed session, but I'm open for that.
That's okay. I agree with that.
So that would, we'd need to move an amendment to make that.
Do we have to move an amendment, or can we just read it as originally decided? Okay. That's no worries.
So we do
And
need
just
an
for,
amendment.
yeah, just for the record,
How should the amendment read?
it was because we intended to do that and close that was done, and I just got the response afterwards, and that was why.
Want to second this?
Yep.
Okay, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kootenbos. Move to amend motion to appoint Patricia Marshall to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and remove her from the Trails Committee.
Discussion on that motion? The amendment, sorry, the amended motion. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? The amendment's carried. Back to the original motion. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. So we'll be moving into the correspondence. So the first we have from the City of Woodstock. Councillor Hughes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Halleroo, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from the City of Woodstock.
Microphone, please.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Halleroo, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from the City of Woodstock in support of the Town of Ingersoll's implementation of the Diversity and Newcomer Committee as information.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Correspondence from AMO on housing and homelessness. Councillor Halleru.
Through you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from AMO providing an update regarding measures taken to alleviate housing and homelessness in the province as information.
Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Correspondence from Oxford County Pride regarding the progressive pride flag. Councillor Hudson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from Tammy Murray, President of Oxford County Pride Committee, as information, and that Council approve the request to raise the progressive pride flag in Dune Park during the month of June 2023.
I'd like to add an amendment that we also, the correspondence also requested some sponsorship of their events. So I would amend to also include a $500 sponsorship to be funded from the community grants budget. And I would be looking for a seconder on that amendment. Thank you, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson. So discussion on the amendment? All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Back to the original motion, all in favor? None opposed, that's carried. So next, correspondence from the Safe Cycling Committee, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives the request from Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee as information, and that Council approve the request to send one member of the committee to the Share the Road Conference being held in Burlington, April 30th to May 2nd, 2023, and further that Council approve that the expenses for the conference delegate be funded from the Safe Cycling Committee budget allowance.
Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Mayor Petrie?
Sorry, no, just real quick. I did, this is an update, and this could be useful when you're serving on your new committees, that committees can't spend money. And so we've just kind of solidified that practice now, that if there is, they can certainly recommend how their budget be spent. But again, council's the only one that can spend money, so that's why you're seeing that here tonight. And thank you. Hopefully that council will support that, because it's a useful tool for them to attend.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Moving on to the considerations of notice of motion. Councillor Halleru, if you'd like to read your motion.
Sorry. All right, good evening. Moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, and I'm looking for a seconder, that this Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll establish the notice of meeting timeline be 3 days before regular meetings, 3 business days out, before regular meetings. So this is a motion and request to update the procedure bylaw for council with the following mandate: to provide enough lead time for residents to review and digest the information on the agenda and encourage participation of the community; to provide adequate time for council to also understand reports in line with many standard timelines of many municipalities. This is that it be established as it is that the agenda items be received at least by 12 noon of the Wednesday prior to the meeting dates. I definitely felt like this was needed in the last.
Sorry, we need a seconder before we move to the discussion.
Yeah, I need a seconder, yeah. Currently, we're getting our agendas by Thursday for a Monday, and sometimes There's so much information that the last time,
Sorry, is there a
Councilor.
seconder for
Yeah,
the motion?
I don't believe we have a seconder. So there's no
So-
seconder.
Okay,
So the motion is defeated if there's no seconder.
okay.
Okay, moving on to the first brought forward by myself in regards to Bill 5. I'll read the motion first. Whereas Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act, would introduce an enforceable requirement for elected leaders to comply with workplace violence and harassment policies, including appropriate recourse when an integrity commissioner's inquiry determines that the member has contravened this requirement. Whereas Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act, has been reintroduced and received first reading on August 10th, 2022, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll express its support for Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act, and further that this resolution be circulated to Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, MPP Stephen Blaise, and Ernie Hardeman, Oxford MPP. So looking for a seconder on that motion. Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens. Thank you. I believe, just a short, short discussion on the motion. A lot of municipalities have been supporting Bill 5, acknowledging that there are certainly some holes in the ways that we're able to deal with this kind of behavior. So I think it's important to send this information to express our support for the bill that would allow us to deal with some behavior that needs to have appropriate recourse, and Bill 5 provides the opportunity for that change. Any other discussion? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, just a quick question for staff. What is, I know we have a code of conduct. What teeth does our code of conduct hold?
Well, our code of conduct has pretty good teeth because there are methods like the integrity commissioner and stuff like that that can enforce things. You know, there are fairly significant penalties under that process, so, you know, it's pretty good teeth, but, yeah. You know, I think that the goal of this from the province is to try to make it even tighter, make it even stronger, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor? None opposed. That's carried. Second one is a bit lengthy, but I'll read through it. Whereas the homeless crisis is taking a devastating toll on families and communities, undermining a healthy and prosperous Ontario. Whereas the homelessness crisis is the result of the underinvestment and poor policy choices of successive provincial governments. Whereas homelessness requires a range of housing, social service, and health solutions from government. Whereas homeless is felt most at the local government level and the residents that they serve. Whereas municipalities are doing their part but do not have the resources, capacity, or tools to address this complex challenge. And whereas leadership and urgent action is needed from the provincial government on an emergency basis to develop, resource, and implement a comprehensive plan to prevent, reduce, and ultimately end homelessness in Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll calls on the provincial government to urgently acknowledge the homelessness in Ontario as a social, economic, and health crisis, commit to ending homelessness in Ontario, work with the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario and a broad range of community, health, Indigenous, and economic partners to develop, resource, and implement an action plan to achieve this goal, and further that a copy of this motion be sent to MPP Ernie Hardeman, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Health, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Halleru. So a brief background, I would love to take credit for this motion, but it was actually a template provided by AMO encouraging municipalities to pass this motion to send the message that this is the resources that are going to be required to support municipalities through homelessness. So I'm bringing this motion forward as something that AMO had presented.
Perfect.
Any discussion? Councillor Hughes?
I was just going to make a point. I believe the province did list something in their new budget to, what's the word I'm looking at? To deal with this, to deal with homelessness and that policy, so.
They did, I looked at it because it did come out before this motion, so I made sure I shouldn't withdraw it. And when I looked at it, I believe the investment was 202 million, which is about 1% of the spending plan. So a great investment, but certainly this acknowledges that,
It's a good start, but needs to
continue on that path, yeah. Any other discussion? Mayor Petrie?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this is very similar, if not identical, to the one we passed at county, so it's super supportive there and supportive here as well. This can't be done with just any one level of government. It has to be taken seriously at all levels of government. And unfortunately, I do believe the $202 million was woefully low for what the crisis that we're facing, whether it be mental issues, addiction issues, that all drive homelessness even further. So I'm glad to see AMO step up to the plate. I will think that they're a little bit behind, but I'm glad to see them coming to the table and certainly supportive of more action on their front.
Thank you for that, Mayor Petrie. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. So now we are moving into bylaws. Thank you. Councillor Hughes, if you could take us into the committee of the whole.
One committee of the whole? Yeah. Moved by myself, Councillor Mike. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerou, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. 1, opt-out of vacant unit rebate program, bylaw number 235254. 2, amend traffic and parking bylaw, EV charging station, parking bylaw number 06-4327, EV charging locations, bylaw number 235255. Civil marriage authorization, bylaw number 235256. Amend fees and charges bylaw, number 23-5244. Bylaw number 235257. Amend zoning bylaw for application ZN 6-22-08. Bylaw number 23-5258. And confirmation bylaw, April 2023, bylaw number 23-5259. Council in committee of the whole, Deputy Mayor Wilson in the chair. On motion, the bylaws are accepted as circulated. This constitutes the first and second reading of the bylaws.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Councillor Hallerou.
Yes, thank you. Through you. Move by myself, Councillor Hallerou, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the committee do now rise out of committee of a whole.
All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Councillor Hudson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kootenbossen, that bylaws 23-5254 to 23-5259 be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed, and that this constitutes the third reading of the bylaws.
Thank you. All in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Councillor Van Kootenbossen.
My pleasure. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the council do now go into closed meeting at 11:19 pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss the following matters: closed session minutes, March 6, 2023, 2, Section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them. 3, Section 239(2)B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, ante-mortem building dedication. And 4, Section 239(2)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, Director of Infrastructure and Development.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That's carried.